Hello everyone, Canthan here, and welcome to my stream. I'm gonna be hopping on to Gerudo Senso here. Hey Mana Guy, good to see ya. Good to see ya. I don't know if ads are playing for you right now or not. So we'll be continuing the Guild Wars Beyond Winds of Change lore playthrough. Don't know what order exactly I want to put all those things in, but that's what we're going to be doing today. Now, when last we left off, first let's leave the guild hall so we can talk. When last we left off, and I can use the map to point to things, we had just attended a... How was it? Yeah, it was in Kaineng Center. A talk that, actually, I'll need to go back to Kaineng Center anyway. That Mr. Reiko was giving. And that was... not this side of the map. It's on the other side of the map. But she was giving a rally, a discussion of what was going on, as it were. And so we had finished taking out all of the afflicted, and we're starting to go after the gangs of Kaineng. Now, there's a bit here where I think the game itself could have done a much better job of building up some sympathy for the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood, who have just generally been generic enemies for the most part. And I think if they'd done that, it would have worked a little bit better. But this rally was taking place, what, like over here? Yeah. Yeah, down here in this place. Did you know there's an enormous part of Kaineng over here that just exists? But that, like the area where Reiko was giving her speech was nowhere new. It was over here. But it's just like, there's just this huge area that you have no reason to go to. There's a Zaishin scout over there for some reason. I don't know why he's sitting all the way over there. This is a really cool location. It's a cool location. But yeah, so Reiko was over here giving an address after we'd cleared out the afflicted, but we're starting to go after the gangs. Our character is like, do we really want to be going after them like this thoroughly? And it's like, I don't know why we wouldn't want to, but because I think that it would have been nice if they had spent a little bit more time building up some like sympathy about the gangs, something a little bit more than what we got anyway. Lots of space where you most of the time have no reason to visit. Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in Kaineng. Like here, there's a bunch of area over here in Raisu Palace that unless you're vanquishing, you have no reason to go to. It's a really pretty area. I really, really, really like this area, like right in here. But you just don't have cause to go there most of the time. Wajin Bazaar has some neat stuff over here. There's some good shops and stuff for like armor. There's this enormous amount of space over here that you just don't have a reason to go to. Kaineng Docks and the Bajunkan Pier see a little bit of use, but not a ton. This is where you arrive as a foreigner, and this is where you arrive from Xingjie Island, from Taitung Harbor. Yep. There's a lot of other just random spaces as well. I do wish we could go back into Vizuna Square, but... yeah, there's a bunch of quests in Bukdek Byway, but yeah, there's just not a whole lot going on. There's a lot of, like, empty space, particularly in the beginning area, which, like, is kind of cool in the sense that it gives it a different sort of feel from, like, a normal explorable zone, but it also just means that you kind of go there and it's like, okay, there's nothing to do here, so why would I visit? There's some areas, like, right outside in Wajin Bazaar, there's an artisan that's useful. They maybe could have spread a little bit more useful things around, but oh well. But yeah, so we had the stuff with the Ampha, and where our character's starting to get a little bit like, are you sure we should be going like this aggressive? Yeah, I'll agree with that, Mana Guy. And then he's like, well, okay, how's this for the next one? Go get this document. It has the leader of the Jade Brotherhood. If we take down the leader, then we should be able to like disperse the guild. Right? That's kind of the idea. And because the Jade Brotherhood they're a criminal guild, but they're a guild. And so we're like, okay, we'll do that. So we go and we get the document, and then it turns out we're informed that it has the name of every active Jade Brotherhood member. And we're like, that's going too far. Again, I'm not entirely sure why. I feel like our character motivations need to be explained and explored a lot better for this. I think it would be really helpful if we had something where we were like interacting with the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood better. But here we are. So anyway, we're told go to this rally, and at the rally we see Miku show up. We previously saw in Hearts of the North with Kieran, and she's like, "Oh wow, that's my brother. I didn't know he was still alive." And that's my aunt Reiko giving this speech. And as she approaches, Reiko is like, "Assassins coming to attack me! The dog of the Empire or whatever." Basically, Reiko's become a demagogue, has built up a lot of power through the Ministry of Purity, and then sics the Ministry of Purity on Miku, and we're like, wait, she's done nothing wrong. What's going on here? And she's like, get him! And so we run from the Ministry, and we meet up with Miku just outside Tanakai Temple. She's like, I need to go figure out what the crap's going on. So she wants to go talk to Guardsman Jinnai, who is an old family friend, to try to figure out what's happened. And then she sends us back to Kaineng Center here to go talk with Guardsman, I think it's Qao Lin? Oh, we'll see in a moment here. But to go talk to the Guardsman. And, like, there's this whole space with this pagoda over here, too. I don't know. Like, on the one hand, I'm glad that they didn't really put much out here to make you have to run all the way out here. But on the other hand, it's kind of a shame that there isn't at least something interesting. Look at those boats. Like, there's so much cool stuff out here. Anyway. So that's where we are. We've just come from interacting with Miku. And overall, there's a lot to talk about with the Winds of Change story. A lot of interesting ideas and concepts to get into. I think overall, I like it. I do think that they really needed to have put some time into making some sort of sympathetic connection with the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood. Something to get us to like see them as more than just enemies. It's kind of neat. Comes back into the forge area here. Because, like, from my perspective as a player, all they've ever been has been enemies. Just generic enemies to kill. There are, like, Zenmai is an ex-Ampha member. But we don't really have any sort of connection. We don't have the story of, like, if we had gotten some group of people, if we'd gotten some thing that was, I mean, we could have gone for a generic Romeo and Juliet story, or we could have gone for some other sort of story, but something to build up at least some members of the Ampha and some members of the Jade Brotherhood as, like, why they joined it and other things to kind of, like, convince us as the players that they're not all, like, villains that need to die. So that way they could have built up our sympathies for them somehow, like, through some of the earlier parts. I think that would have been really good. Even if we had gotten, like, somebody helping us with cleansing the Undercity that was like an Ampha that was like, hey, I'm just trying to protect my home. Something to help build up this idea that they're not all just villains, I think would have done a lot to serve this part of the story where we're basically like standing up for the gang, like the gangs of Kaineng in this way of like, surely they're not all villains when we haven't seen in like that much indication that they're not, as it were. Like, you can kind of stretch and pull stuff and be like, well, Zenmai and things like that. But it's just, it really needs to be a lot more, a lot louder, a lot more obvious to the players, in my opinion. Okay, so Lei Jing doesn't have anything yet. He has, like, another set of quests, but I don't know when he gets them. It would have been really, really helpful to the narrative if they had done something like that, but oh well. Let's see, and Vec is still on, yep, the Chillblains train. See, it would be cool to have the Ampha Jade Brotherhood be in the first to help the citizen in the real world. Yeah, to be the first to help the citizen in the real world. Yeah, that would be cool, like the Yakuza in real life. Yeah, just something to kind of, like, better support this notion that they're not just straight-up villains. Like, if we're supposed to be objecting to killing the Ampha like we do, where it's like, maybe going all murder spree on all of them is a little too far. like, we need to be given a reason why we would think that, and I don't feel like we're given that. So, anyway, Guardsman Qao Lin here will kind of elaborate on some of this, but it's not, like, this quest doesn't help. Anyway, he says, I've been expecting you, although I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. The Ministry of Purity doesn't know what they've begun, stirring up the Jade Brotherhood and the Amphal like this. The Imperial Guard have always recognized them as a threat, but we are simply too few to remove them outright. We have coexisted as a balance of power, never stepping too far out of line for fear of the consequences. I wish that were not the case, but at least we were able to keep people safer in those circumstances, safer than they are now. It seems that the Jade Brotherhood has an interest in you specifically, and that is never a good thing. They have been spreading word amongst their usual channels that they are waiting for you at Mount Kinkai. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that this is obviously a trap, and from what I know of you, I'm just as certain that won't be enough to deter you. They're about to have one more decision to regret. Yeah. So, we've got a favor returned. We've got a mission to do here. In Mount Kinkai. So that's down over in this area. Let's see. So if I'm going to be doing this, I really don't need this part of my build. Because it's not going to work too well. I'm feeling some Twisting Fangs and Black Spider Strike, but I also will need some additional energy management if I'm doing this. This is one of those spots where it's like, okay, could I please have an elite skill that would help me with my energy management? Like, where's an elite dagger attack that helps with energy management, for example? There is an option, to be clear. Is it Deadly Arts? Yeah, it is. I'll just bring Way of the Empty Palm. I can always throw that on if I need my energy back. But I really want to get this guy some Zealous Enchanting Daggers. I don't know. I have some Enchanting Daggers. Realistically, I don't need... Like, I have these. Realistically, I don't need these to be fiery, but... that has some use. I wouldn't mind another set of daggers. This is actually a good question. Are there... Let's see, a list of unique daggers. Okay, whatever. By weapon types, dagger, unique daggers. It's not the sort of list that I wanted. Okay. Yes, list of unique daggers. That is exactly what... Oh, list of assassin unique items is what this is. Okay. Wow, most of them are zealous. It looks like almost half of them are zealous for the list of unique daggers. I'm just looking to see if any of them are... Hiwat's Talons are enchanting. Okay. So if I wanted, I could try to farm those if I wanted some enchanting daggers. Daggers of the Hierophant are also enchanting. Those are from Slaver's Exile, though. Those are not trivial to get. They're also a skin that I don't particularly care for. I mean, I can also just end up getting a drop. Of Zealous Daggers. Anyway, let's go out there and let's take care of things. I don't think we need a golem for this one. So, we can see that our destination is up here. Hello, Meijun Vengeful Eye. So, you have come after all. I wonder, do you have a death wish? Or are you that determined to wage a war with us? No matter, you are here now. I think it's time that you understood a simple fact. You yourself might be a formidable foe, but can you say the same for those around you? Those that you have helped? Those that you have fought with? Can you always be there when you are needed? And the answer to all of these questions is no. And we are happy to prove this to you. Why don't you try having a look at the Yeti caves to the north? The Jade Brotherhood has left you a little surprise. If I were you, I would hurry. Otherwise, you might not like what you find. I mean, that guy's just a single level 30 assassin, but whatever. So the Yeti caves to the north are up here. Like I said, they are to the north. Also, the Yetis are why I changed my bar. These guys are going to be immune to... knockdowns. So, hey, Fear. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Just take these guys out. Whoop. Sometimes I push the Fox Hangs button before I should, and that doesn't work. I have to admit, the spotless spells feel really weird to me in healing prayers. I'm looking over here at Spotless Soul. Please, if there's anyone there, we need help. What? There's someone in there. I've got to get them out. Kasai, Mai, and Yoon are in here. Now, if you don't remember these were fellow students in Xingjie Monastery. They were also henchmen. These Yeti are nothing. I'll fight them off myself. I can be as great as Nika. As great as Nika, you couldn't even stop the Jade Brotherhood. There is another quest that you can take that puts enemies in here. Neither could you, Quick Shot. You can't even use that skill. Please keep it down. You don't want to anger the Yetis any further. If only we had a lantern. We could use it to distract them. Okay, yeah, I need to try that again. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I need to just make sure we're getting inside there. We were kind of waylaid by the group that spawned to the south. Okay, you have your taunts. I'm going to ignore him. I don't really need to talk to him about anything in particular, so... I think that's the issue. One group always gets to slaughter profile students. Yeah. So yeah, you and Kasai and Mai are all henchmen from Xingjie Island that are also your fellow students. There's Tom Spirit Eater with his questionable elite. So yeah, they have been kidnapped by the Jade Brotherhood and taken hostage, thrown into a cave full of Yetis. And it's not going to go well for them if we don't get there to help. Now, I don't know what the Jade Brotherhood is hoping to accomplish with this. If they're trying to scare us off, I think this is only going to hasten our desire to meet out to their end. So I don't know what their plan is. We can just send everybody over here. Yeah. I like Mai's gradiated outfit. There we go. The reference to Quickshot here is Quickshot is a skill It's a Ranger Elite skill that, in fact, he does not use, despite his label as the Quickshot Henchman. We could make our own lantern, Kasai. You must use your fire magic to... Talking about using a lantern to distract them. I'm terribly sorry, but I only use air magic. I haven't got much of a talent for fire. It's too wild. This isn't the time to be reserved, Kasai. Make with the fire. If she says she can't do it, perhaps if I had arrows, I could rub them together to start a fire? Oh, forget it. We'll just let the real heroes handle it. You just still have a long way to go. So yeah, you can make this quest a lot harder for yourself if you come in here with... there's another quest that spawns mobs inside this cave. You can make this a lot harder on yourself by having that quest going at the same time. Just a normal factions quest, like... But that, something in the mountain, I don't know. Thank goodness you're still alive. Are you unharmed? And only thanks to you, we owe you our lives. The Jade Brotherhood attacked us and dragged us out here to die, and said they were going to make an example of us for you. I am sorry to have gotten you involved. This can't continue. The conflict, the gangs, the Ministry of Purity, of all the threats I've faced, sometimes I think that people are the most dangerous of all. It isn't a hopeless situation. There's still capacity for good in people. After all, you came to save us, did you not? I'll bring these two home safely. I know there is something more that you need to be doing now. Do you have any dialogue here? Doesn't look like it. You should at least be able to navigate for them. Hey, Mai. Alright, so what we've seen here is the Jade Brotherhood are like, we want to get back at that person. We can't go at them directly because they're too powerful, but I know, we'll go after people they care about. And put them in danger. That'll teach them. As if somehow that won't escalate the situation. That's the problem with all of this. So this is the point, too, where the Ministry of Purity, we're not exactly on good terms with them, so we're not going to be getting their commendations anymore. We're going to be getting Imperial commendations again and Imperial Guard requisition orders. The Jade Brotherhood did what? Not that I'm surprised by that. It's just, this is going to get worse before it gets better. For the sake of the Empire, I hope we can make it better. It's too late now to go back to the way things were. We just need to find the strength to move forward and try to make the best of what we have. It won't be easy, but with honorable heroes like you, I have faith that we can persevere. Good timing. I've gotten wind of something that the Jade Brotherhood has been up to, and I find it worrisome. They've had several ships coming into Seitang Harbor, which is unusual for them. I can only imagine that they're trying to get something in without either the Imperial Guard or the Ministry of Purity noticing. Even the optimist in me can't find anything good in that. Whatever they're up to, we need to stop them. I can make preparations for your travel post-haste. Just let me know as soon as you're ready. Wherever they think they're hiding, it won't get by me. So yeah, so we're now getting both of these. This being a standard thing that you get throughout quests in Kaineng. Basically, you're helping the Imperial Guard, so they give that to you. I am going to take a second to clean out my inventory as I switch my bar up. I don't want these anymore because we're no longer going to be fighting Yeti. That can't be knocked down without Earthbind. Earthbind is weird and breaks the skill that prevents knockdown. I want these two and my Dwarven Headbutt. Or Brawling Headbutt. I have too much stuff in my... we'll just hang on to these Imperial Guard requisitions. Just over here, I guess. I should be able to just drop by a merchant. Okay, that'll rearrange my bar in a way I'm happy with. I mean, I still don't have any elites on this bar, but I could put Way of the Assassin on, I guess. That's probably a bit better than Drunken Master. I mean, the advantage of Drunken Master is it gives me some move speed. This is actually a really interesting question. So Drunken Master gives me 14% right now. 14% is not far off 18%. The main advantage of this is that, you know, I think the Drunken Master is just better for most of my purposes. The advantage of the other one is that it let's go to Natsuko. It's the higher crit rate improves energy gain because of, I mean, crits. More critical hits, triggering critical strikes. But the advantage of this is the move speed. And the move speed's a pretty significant thing, right? You know what? No, let's just go with the higher crit chance. I don't know. It's hard to figure out which one would be better. What we do for the glory of the Canthan Empire. Deadly cargo. Whatever the Jade Brotherhood is up to, I know two things for certain. It isn't good, and it needs to be stopped. Are you ready to go? I've been ready. I'm harboring a lot of doubt about this. Harbor puns. Put a golem in here just to be annoying. We've been spotted! Demolitionists, keep planting those explosives. If they try to stop you, you know what to do. Well, that doesn't sound good. Well, that's one argument against the other skill. If they're going to be using Turning Earth like that. Don't want to get knocked down for moving fast. Demolitions? Demolitionists, they're trying to destroy the harbor. We need to stop them. Remember, this is the main harbor for King Jei. Those hurt a lot if you don't have Prot Spirit up, by the way. So that's why I was making sure to manually target Prot Spirit on myself. Shelter also works, but I don't have Shelter on me, so it doesn't do anything when you don't have it. So yeah, we just need to take out these Jade Brotherhood groups. Okay, I need to be standing somewhere other than here. And then the assassin is got by the golem pretty effectively. It's gonna be a little awkward. These mobs are placed in a way that can make it difficult to pull them individually. Well, I mean, if we keep interrupting their bomb, it's also makes it not a problem. I don't mind that solution at all. Oh, that's right. I have Gaze of Fury on. Yeah, Elias's Gaze of Fury. Very useful for stopping their spirits. Getting a lot of Jade bracelets from this too. So again, the Jade Brotherhood, not exactly being role models here. There we go. So that whole plot point. Maybe some of the other guy's quests will help explore that. Some of his side quests would actually be a great place to kind of explore that concept, but it's not what we get, so... This is awkward, actually. There are some stairs down here, though. Let's see. This particular quest is one where I always struggle a little bit to figure out how I want to try to navigate it. Because it's difficult to kind of get good angles on these groups. Thankfully, we keep interrupting their bomb skill. That's why you want to. It's very loud and does a lot of damage, as you can see. So if you don't have something like shelter, you kind of want to have Prot Spirit on somebody to kind of stop it. Also, I don't know why it's balanced to be so loud. It is very overly loud. Yeah, we've gotten the attention of the elementalists over here on the other side. Well, oh. I could have just walked over that side. Whoops. I made that more complicated than it needed to be. Well, don't I feel silly? There we go. I mean, just take him down before he gets a chance to make his loud booms. That's a good strategy, right? So yeah, we're now working more directly with the Imperial Guard. Oh, Miku says, "Here I was looking for Jinnai, instead I find you. Getting in trouble again. Let me lend you a hand." Always appreciated it, Miku. Always appreciated. Hey. She just has the same dialogue she had during the previous part. So. I want to stop those from going off whenever I can because they're so loud. Okay, good. Cleared this up. So, Miku is trying to find Jinnai. So that means she doesn't know where he is. She's looking around to figure out that. I do like that they actually make use of all of these like piers and docks and stuff. There's a lot of space here that goes way out to the side. That's really easy to overlook. So I appreciate them allowing us some access here. Okay, good. Good job, Mesmers. Again, I don't want that bomb to go off because it is so freaking loud. Also, it does a lot of damage. And that's why you want Prosperity on you. My goodness. Oh, man. Didn't get to stop it in time, but that works. Okay, never mind that then. What, an additional 31% chance to crit? That's a lot of chance. It appears to have been the last of them. Are you unharmed? I don't know, my ears are ringing. Not literally, but my characters would be. I'm fine. Fighting the Jade Brotherhood is nothing new for me. How has your search gone? Oh, it goes all the way out here. I searched for answers and find only more questions. Jinnai is gone. No one knows where or what has happened to him. And that tells me one thing for certain. What he knows is dangerous. If he has fled, then I need to find him before Reiko does. I'll continue my search. Will you be alright on your own? I can handle myself. Don't worry about that. You take care of Jinnai. I'm going to try and put a stop to the aggression between the gangs and the Ministry of Purity. A show off, huh? I think you and I are going to work together just fine. Good luck out there, friend. It would have been neat to have these lines voiced so they could have had them directed. You know how they kind of intended them to go. 10-minute timer for summoning sickness is about worn off. What's probably happening is there might be multiple sound effects getting stacked to make that bang so loud. I don't know. Just speculating. All gonna be stuff I don't need. Okay, Guardsman Qao Lin. Trying to smuggle in explosives? This is quickly getting out of hand. Every time I think we're putting out a fire, it seems that we're just adding fuel to start several more. I don't know what it's going to take to end this, but for now, we just have to do the best that we can. That's really all we can do. I refuse to give up, Faith, and I truly believe that we can make things better. So yeah, keep in mind, kind of what's going on here is there's been sort of a loose equilibrium between the Imperial Guard, the Jade Brotherhood, and the Ampha. All of those groups are kind of fighting each other. The Ampha and Jade Brotherhood have a rivalry. The Imperial Guard's trying to keep them both down. So they're all kind of fighting each other. But there's been a loose equilibrium. And now the gangs are being agitated, so they are taking more extreme measures because they're feeling threatened in a way that they haven't been. And so it's causing a lot more chaos, a lot more obvious destruction. Now, if we can get them under control in a more powerful way, that might be a positive long term, but for right now, it's making things way worse because the gangs are feeling threatened in a specific way, which is making them go to areas where they normally wouldn't be. I don't even know what to make of this one, so maybe you'll have an idea. We've gotten word of some atypical movements for both the Ministry of Purity and the Jade Brotherhood. Some of their number have been seen moving separately in the Ekevald Forest. Estimates put them near Amat's Basin, likely in Morningvale Falls. This could be important, and we can't spare anyone to send that far out. So, something's going on. The Ministry of Purity and the Jade Brotherhood are both making movements into the Ekevald Forest, so we're going to figure out what's going on there. And I better put a stop to this before it becomes something worse. Indeed. Trading blows. So that's going to be down here. Inside Amat's Basin. Let's see. I should be able to... Yeah. Let's see. I am decidedly more Kurzik right now. Huh. Wonder how I got so Kurzik-y. Trying to remember. I don't know. I can make use of this merchant on my way out, though. Rajia. giving me platinum and my quest rewards. Well, let's go see what's going on over here in Morningvale Falls. Do I want to keep using this, or do I want a more interesting utility skill? I mean, again, I can always swap in Shadow Theft as an option. I really need this. Deepening Wound's also not terrible, but my energy wouldn't really take it very well. I don't know. We'll just go with this for now. Seeping Wound is one of those spells that would be really amazing outside of critical strikes and is just all right inside of it. Oh. It doesn't really matter. That's why I have so much Kurzik faction, because I was grabbing the thing there. Yeah, these Wardens of Earth are a high priority target. Well, I don't suppose somebody would like to... Okay, blindness is gone. That's what matters. There we go. Cleared up. What do I have for... Vec doesn't have any condition removal. Ah, yeah, we do have Men, Body, and Soul. Empathic removal. Spotless Soul, and Peace and Harmony, and Men Condition. That's a decent amount of condition removal. Actually go underneath this. Nice moss. So there's Initiate Shenwo Zhang and some Kurzik diplomats. As I've said, your rivalry with the Luxons is petty and meaningless. You would tell me that you would lay down your lives for nothing, but you would not stand beside your empire when it needs you. Petty and meaningless? We did not come into your home and tell you that your way of life is incorrect, and yet you do this to us? What did you hope to gain here, other than the ire of the Kurzik people? Have you considered that might be exactly what they're looking for? To draw you out here, insult you, and, when you defy them, label you their enemy? Says Kun Jizang. And I am sure by now you've heard what happens to those they declare enemies. You invite these criminals to our meeting? I knew your kind could not be trusted. What? No, we want nothing to do with either of you. A pity. Well then, plan B. If my words could not convince the Kurziks to join our side, perhaps your mangled corpses will. Somebody, please, help us. So, we're now fighting Ministry of Purity. They can drop ministerial commendations. So, we can get commendations as drops from them. There's also some greens that they have. We're also fighting some more Jade Brotherhood here. We'll have a few rounds to take care of. What the heck is going on with that fire? Talk about a mess. I don't want this guy blocking. Brawling Headbutt's so good for assassins. It really is. over their price. Soulbind. Not really what I want to have going on. Illusionist with lightning orbs. It's a bit of an oddity, but okay. Thank you, friend. We're in your debt for what you have done this day. Still, I fear that this is only a single day. More and more people come into our lands, making demands of us. Can they not see why we wish to avoid their empire? Perhaps insanity is only seen when looking in from the outside. That's, yeah, that would be a good description of your conflict with the Luxons. From the inside, it makes sense. From the outside, it doesn't. You guys need a moment of self-reflection, I think. Well, we've protected them, so that's what's important, I suppose. Let's go ahead and return to Kaineng Center. Let's see, where are we in relation to... Okay, we're right by... Oh, Geomancers is not worth anything. Never mind, won't worry about that. All right. Well, let's go talk to Guardsman Qao Lin. By the ancestors! The Jade Brotherhood is trying to turn the Kurziks against the Ministry of Purity? I doubt they'll get involved now. They remain as detached as they can concerning matters of the Empire. But if the Jade Brotherhood had been able to make it look like the Ministry was actively targeting them, they might have gotten involved, for good or ill. For now, I'm just glad that there's one less faction that we need to keep our eyes on. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt. First the Jade Brotherhood, and now the Ampha. It seems a group of them is headed into the Luxon lands, Galahad to be precise. The Ministry of Purity is in pursuit of them. Given what you discovered last time, I don't doubt that this is of importance as well, and it's something that I ask you to put a stop to. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I've got a very bad feeling that there's something more to all of this. I'll end this before anything can come of it. Even closer to the edge. Let's see. I do want to, before I get this Luxon faction, make use of the Kurzik faction that I just got. By grabbing myself a... Amber chunk. Yes. Thank you. That also means that my Kurzik title track leveled up to the next tier, which is kind of exciting. I was 5,000 away from that, so getting up there is kind of cool. Okay, let's just go ahead and drop some stuff off, and then we will continue. Need these for Rex Templaris, you see. All right. So we need to go to Galahad via Leviathan Pits. Luxons are really rocking it in Alliance battles right now, as an aside. We're rocking it. I'm not sure how active they are at the moment, but... Actually, I think I am going to go ahead and swap over to Shadow Theft and swap my headpieces too while I'm at it. Or just my whole armor set. Hey, appropriately repping the Kurzik or the Luxons in their territory anyway. But yeah, I like having more for Shadow Theft going up higher. Works out better. Having a Shadow Step is nice, so... Okay, so the Jade Brotherhood wanted to get the Kurziks involved in the conflict with the Ministry of Purity. The Ministry of Purity wants to get both the Luxons and the Kurziks to cooperate with the Empire in their fight against the gangs, presumably. the Luxons and Kurziks do not care at all about these conflicts and would just as happily stay out of them. But the gangs want to turn them against the Ministry of Purity. So it's just a big, like, mess where they're just trying to, like, figure out what they can to build up allies to help them with their enemies. Which is pretty unsurprising, really. So, probably the same thing happening over here as what's happening on the other side. That would be the logical conclusion. A Junshi, Deft Blade, and some Ampha. Okay, so one of the things that's a difference here is right here, the Ampha are initiating the discussion with the Luxons, not the Ministry of Purity. The Ministry of Purity, on the other hand, was initiating the conversation with the Kurziks. So we've got a slightly different setup going on here. Which I do note. We've got so much in common. You're pirates, we're thieves, you've got giant crabs, and we've got... No, more importantly, we've got a shared enemy. The Ministry of Purity sees fit to pass judgment on those they feel fall outside of what a Canthan should be. You know as well as I do how they see you. So what if they do? There are many in Canthan that shun us, and our way of life. We live proudly thus far. Why should that change? Jeng Sunju is over here. Because they won't just ignore you the way that the Emperor does. They will either see you assimilated or destroyed. Neither of those sounds very appealing to free spirits like ourselves, now does it? I think you've said quite enough. It is easier for a criminal to blame justice than to face the consequences of their own... It is easier for a criminal to blame justice than to face their own deficiencies. Your words only incriminate yourselves to all that would listen. You even stand in the company of one known to be a traitor. And as promised, they have arrived. Ask yourselves this. How long do you truly believe that you can avoid them? This moment is only the beginning. We shall not be used as pawns by either of you. The Luxon Armada has no interest in your war. We'll see how your elders feel about our war once they realize it has arrived at their doorstep. Your heads, courtesy of the Ministry of Purity, should do the trick. Enough. Deal with them. We shall show them what happens to criminals and those who conspire with them. There's too many of them. We must hold out. Well, that wasn't the most efficient, but whatever. Well, glad to see that Zafana heat not happen. Dancing daggers is an interesting choice. Useful when you're expecting to get blocked, though. Oh, wow, there are. Oh, there's an MM. Probably this medium. Probably. Minions tend to not be too hard to clean out, so... We owe you our thanks for what you have done here, but this has been a troubling encounter for us. The Luxons do not wish to be engaged in matters of the Empire, but I wonder how much longer those days can truly last. Indeed. Indeed. Is there a brief couple of steps here? Is establishing, like, what's going on with the Jade Brotherhood and the Ampha being threatened by the Ministry of Purity is now boiling out and beginning to affect those outside of the Empire proper. First, the Jade Brotherhood tries to draw the Kurziks into the conflict. Then the Ampha try to draw in the Luxons. What's their angle in all of this? These are unusual movements, even for those two groups. This isn't sitting very well with me, friend. I'm not surprised. Thank goodness you've returned. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, it seems like the Jade Brotherhood and the Ampha are each trying to capitalize on the fact that the other has been weakened by the Ministry of Purity. They're using this opportunity to try and put an end to their rivalry. The streets of Wajin Bazaar are being overrun. And at this rate, it's only a matter of time before the Ministry of Purity comes down on them and tries to wipe them both out in one fell swoop. I'd say good riddance to them, but fighting on this scale? A lot of innocent people are going to get hurt, and the Imperial Guard doesn't have the numbers left to intervene. We can only rely on you, friend. This fight needs to be stopped in any way possible. Will you help? I'll bring an end to their brawling with my superior fighting. Yeah, so, like, his concern is, like, the Imperial Guard cannot contain this in a way that's going to prevent innocent citizens from getting hurt in the fighting. They just don't have enough Imperial Guard. Now, the Imperial Guards, like, keep in mind, their numbers are thinned out by the Afflicted, and then I'm sure recruitment has been somewhat slowed, so... Violence on the streets. We need to put an end to the fighting before innocent lives are lost in the crossfire. Are you ready to go? I'm ready to go. Break up their fight. To the Wajin Bazaar. I don't know why we enter that way, but find a way to end the fighting. It seems the Ministry of Purity beat us here. We should make our way into the Jade Brotherhood stronghold. That's likely where the Ampha and Jade Brotherhood are doing battle. Kill them all! Take no one alive! They aren't worth our judge's time! Well, that's not great. I think you could probably just run past them if you wanted to, but... Where would be the fun in that? There we go. And I get a skill point. Don't know what I'm going to do with it, but... Here we have the Ampha fighting, and the Jade Brotherhood. Keep pushing into their lair! I want their leaders' heads hanging from the city walls by dusk. It's always cool to me in games when you have groups of enemies that are fighting each other, not just us. By the 6th, the Ministry is slaughtering them like animals. Even criminals deserve better than this. Do they? Isn't this how we do it? So this is one of those things where, like, there's a lot of dissonance here to me. Or, like, I get what you're trying to do, but, like... It's not convincing to me. Sentinels is better. I should add Ampha here. Like, basically, how is anything we've done in this game any different than what the Ministry of Purity is doing here now? Actually, I want my energy from that, thanks. Yeah, this armor set doesn't have as much energy on it. So we have a Pep and Ryson. The moment you stepped out of the shadows, your fate was sealed. What the Ministry of Purity began, I'm going to finish. So you think, but your numbers speak differently. You are weak, and your time is at an end. Stop this, both of you. Don't you see that your very actions are allowing the Ministry of Purity to vilify you? Well, well, it's nice to finally see you thinking for yourself. Unfortunately, things are not quite so simple as you would like to believe. This is our way of life. If we are to be villains, then let us be villains. People cannot think in shades of gray. They need something to be good or bad. They need the decision to be made for them. We'll make it harder. The people that find themselves oppressed will long for freedom, and then they will be ours. This way of life is all that we know, and we will live it to the fullest. So it is that we must end our rivalry. The time has come. I mean, I guess? At least Ryson the Phoenix uses Phoenix. Oh. Okay. What's going on here? I'm probably supposed to walk in. Enough. If the bloodshed doesn't stop here, it never will. Fine words from a traitor. Was your conscience so clear when you turned on your allies? When you betrayed me? The Ministry of Purity! We must flee! We can't stand against them like this. Ampha, full withdrawal. This battle is lost, but we will finish this, Ryson. Pursue them! The Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood must not be allowed to escape. As for you, you'll be dealt with. Consider this a reprieve while we deal with a larger threat, but know that the Ministry of Purity has no love for those that meddle in the affairs of Cantha. I mean, my party was mostly wiped out by Ryson, but you know. Oh, I got a bow staff. Oh, quaint. Oh, highly salvageable bow staff. 43 wood. I guess so. Die trader. Wait. Yeah, okay, no, I do need to go this way. My sense of direction in here is better than I was giving it credit for. Hello, Qao Lin. The Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood both turned and fled? Something about that doesn't feel right to me. But no doubt the Ministry of Purity is going to be crowing about this as their great victory, routing the gangs from Cantha. I can only hope that this is the end of it. Eradicating the afflicted, I completely understood. The gangs, I could understand, and the reasoning behind going after them. But who else could be left for them to persecute? Maybe, just maybe, they'll finally gotten what they wanted. Things can begin to settle down. Am I sounding a little optimistic here? I hope not. Yeah, I mean, again, part of what we've got going on here is that Reiko is a demagogue, and demagogues need enemies. Like, this is one of the things that demagogues do, right? They become relevant by promising people solutions to their problems, and the solution is, there's our enemy, we need to do something about them. And so what happens when the afflicted are gone? If she wants to be able to retain power in the same sort of fervorous way that she did, at least in her mind, she needs to point to a new enemy, a new foe, a new villain to go after. The gangs are understandable, to go after. But what happens if you take them out? What next? What's left? And maybe they'll stop, but probably not, because again, Reiko's power is in part predicated upon having them to send the Ministry of Purity after. So that's a huge problem. Anyway, he says, I let myself get sidetracked. You should go speak with your friend, the assassin. She said she would be waiting in the Shenzhen tunnels for you. It looks like she was up to something. Now I'm back to worrying again. Okay, so that's just telling us that we need to go back over this way to Tanakai Temple. Let's see. I want to actually go visit this, drop some stuff off. I don't know what this, or if these are worth anything, so I'll look into them later. We get a total of 15 Imperial Guard requisition orders, by the way, for anybody who's curious. This is a very, very large outpost for some reason. I remember back when I was doing the lore playthrough of factions, getting stuck on this mission for a while. This is a real tough one with henchmen. Turns out there's a lot to learn about the mechanics of the mission to help make it more feasible, including the importance of like triggering the afflicted and being patient. But that's another matter entirely. Let's go meet up with Miku, who should be standing over here now. So she's got something going on. Probably has some ambient dialogue so we get closer to her. Well, if it isn't my friend the Maelstrom, I've heard about how things have been going for you, and I have to say, even I'm impressed. Most people would be crushed between so many forces. If you keep this up, you're going to start making me look bad by comparison. Either way, I've got some interesting news for you. Oh? What is it that you found? An opportunity. Reiko believes that the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood have been routed. It's likely that she's going to set her sights on a new target. You don't gather as much momentum as she has, only to come this far and stop. This is the good news for us, because she's going to do another rally to sing the praises of how the Ministry of Purity has chased off another evil. Before these speeches, Ashu goes to Tanakai Temple to pay respects and seek guidance and blessing from the ancestor spirits. Reiko has really made him into a figure for the people to rally around. He's taken on an almost religious quality as people look to him as the survivor. It's funny to think of. To me, I still remember him as a little brat that hid behind his big sister when he got scared. Jinnai is still missing, but getting to Ashu will be just as good, maybe even better. I can't believe he wants to be there, and I just need to see him again. It's been so long, and he's the only family I've got left. And, well, think of it this way. We'll be taking the Ministry of Purity's figurehead right out from underneath them. Who knows what kind of damage it will do to their reputation. But it certainly has style, daring. It's both a cunning and ridiculous plan. What's not to love? It sounds like our best option. Removing him is for the best. It can't be healthy for a boy of that age to be forced into that situation. And if he's gone, it may help staunch some of the people's fervor. The degree to which they're zealously following has gone beyond dangerous. Still, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic, don't you? I'm the hero of my own life, and if that is the part to play, then I might as well make it look good. Sometimes what people see of a person becomes the truth of who they actually are. Emphasis on becomes here. This is actually a really important sort of thesis statement for this. But we should make our preparations to go. Speak to me when you're ready. I can get us into Tanakai quietly. So yeah, that statement there. Sometimes what people see of a person becomes the truth of who they actually are. Is sort of a thesis statement for Winds of Change, I think. Especially for this section. One of the things that was being said by a pep there is that people see them as villains, so they might as well be villains. And this is something that actually happens in real life, too. People tend to match the expectation set of them. So if people expect them to be such and such a way, a lot of times individuals will be like, well, if you're not going to let me be anything else, I might as well be what you expect me to be. This can come out in a lot of different ways, but is very damaging to society. And what she's talking about here, of course, is, you know, the effects of how she's behaving. And she's trying to use that in certain ways, but what we've got going on is, and we'll see this kind of show up later, like, the Jade Brotherhood and the Ampha are being seen as villains, and so they're acting like villains, is kind of what's going on. They're not being allowed to be anything else. I think is part of what's being communicated at the moment. This is a bit more subtle, but I think it becomes a little bit stronger as we go on further. Anyway, Miku here says, I'll take us to Tanakai Temple. Well, we can get to Ashu, but we'll want to be careful. I'd like to try to avoid spilling any blood within the temple. It is a sign of respect for our ancestors, and the place holds some memories for me. I would hate to see it defiled. Let's try to knock the guards out, and leave it at that if we can. Well, there'll be ways of preventing them from pursuing us. I guess you could say I know that temple very well. I'll show you once we're there. This, interestingly enough, rewards us with a silver Zaishin coin. Understood. I'll aim for the kneecaps. And again, like I've said, one of the things I think is a bit of a challenge here is we're supposed to be, like, against just slaughtering the gangs when that's something we as players have done for a long time. There really needs to be something being done to kind of build up a more nuanced view of them, and I think they will do that to some extent as we go forward. But they really could have done a lot more to build it up beforehand, and I think that would have been quite beneficial. Anyway, understood. I'll aim for the kneecaps. Let's go. When your eyes wander, so does your mind. Focus on the task that is at hand. The rescue attempt. We have a very short window of time to reach Ashu. Are you ready to go? Lead the way. This is going to be very similar to the actual Tanakai Temple mission, as I recall. But a little bit, like, backwards-ish. You'll see what I mean in a moment. I'll leave Vec open for the moment. So there's all of these hidden switches that will close doors behind us. We have a bunch of battle cries here. I'm definitely feeling the smaller energy pool in this armor set. Be on the lookout for any hidden switches in these rooms. They'll shut the gates to the room behind us, so let's make sure we're all together. So activating the switch will close that gate. So the idea is, once the guards come to, they'll try to bring reinforcements. It's in our best interest to close a few doors to slow them down. So the idea is that we want to close those gates as we go to lock out the Ministry of Purity. Keep them from, when they wake up, from being able to pursue us. So that's what I mean by kind of a reverse Tanakai Temple. We had to defeat the guys to open the gates before, and now we're trying to close them. I mean, this is basically killing them, but canonically they are getting knocked out. And they will get back up after a while, so. Frankly, these guys are not as scary as the boss that's in this room in Tanakai Temple. Tanakai Temple has changed so much since the last time I've seen it. Everything about it seems smaller now. Everything is a little less vibrant. Well, I mean, it did have a whole bunch of afflicted inside of it. That probably wasn't great for it. Also, if you're last here when you were younger, that definitely affects your perspective on things. Size, for one thing. I do have Chaos Storm. Okay. Let me go after this one. Go ahead and switch over here. Intruders! Stop them before they get to the survivor! I don't know how much it matters to pull all of these, but... Okay, we're all through that gate. Let's close it. Name of the Mystery of Purity, I sentenced you to death. They have some pretty dramatic lines, don't they? A long time ago, these halls and rooms were filled with the sound of laughter. How much things have changed. I hope that life, at least, has been kinder to him. Yeah, let's not stand on those. Your spirit is not worthy to be laid to rest here among the ancestors, says the ministry cleric. That wants to go through this gate specifically. And this is the better one to go through in the mission, actually. It gives you a better angle of attack. Going that way allows you to be trapped inside that area, whereas if you fight the Afflicted and everything here during the normal mission, it's a much broader open area, and you're less likely to just also fight the Temple Guardians at the same time because of the aggro trigger patterns and everything. Anyway, I could talk at length about the complexities of Kaineng Temple mission. It really has a lot of nuance to how it works. It's them! I don't... By orders of Mr. Reiko, you're to be put to death! Part of me worries. A person's life can change in a day, in an instant. It's been years, and I wonder how much of the boy that I knew remains. What has happened to have set him on this path? I mean, if they see him as a survivor, maybe that's who he becomes. Maybe he becomes that religious figure. You know, she's talking about being the hero of her own life, right? But maybe that idea applies to him too, and maybe he's becoming the person they expect him to be. Something to consider. Here's our hidden switch. Again, I think that that's probably a major theme for Winds of Change, is people tend to meet expectations of them that are placed on them. Take care of this guy. see. We will lay down our lives as we must for the safety of the survivor. Hide back now because I might need that. Yes, activate the switch. Here's Ashu. Ashu, it's me, Miku. I've come to get you out of here and to get you away from Reiko. Hey, Ashu. You, stay back. Reiko warned me you would try and come for me. She told me what you would try to do. Why should I want to leave with you? Reiko told me the truth. She told me that you left me that day. You left me to die and you ran like a coward. Ashu, that's not true. I thought I was the only one that survived. I found the others, but I never found you. And then the afflicted came again. I had to run. Everywhere I went, they were there. Running was the only thing that I could do. It's the traitor! How dare you show yourself here? I believed in you. But Mr. Reiko has shown me that faith was misplaced. I was young, and I was scared. I had lost everything that I loved, but I never gave up hope that you still lived. I came back for you. You were scared. You were scared? Imagine how I felt. But it wasn't my fate to die. I am destined for something more. Reiko has shown me that. She needs me. The people need me. They look to me for hope. And here you would try and take that all away from me. You're no better than the afflicted. Ashu, you can't possibly mean that. Very well. We will leave you to your prayers. I hope that the ancestors can grant you the clarity that it seems you have lost. So we leave. Seems like things didn't quite go the way that you may have hoped. I was really hoping for iron out of that righteous mole, but here we are. Man, all of the hero panels look really silly out of the, or look really weird out of the bottom of this class. Not particularly relevant to anything, but. All right, well, let's go see what Miku has to say, yeah? I don't understand. What has happened to my family? I finally returned to Cantha after all these years, and my aunt pretends she doesn't know me. More than that, she manipulates the crowd into believing I'm a villain and orders me killed. I'm making sure you can see her emotes pace her speech a lot. My brother looked at me with eyes filled with fear and something else, something I can't quite place. He turned away from me. What has she done to him? Why? Yeah, there's a lot of emotes in this. And his actions definitely weren't what I would have expected. Something very wrong has happened in the time you've been away. I should have never ran. If only I'd known. If I can't get my answers from Reiko or Ashu, that only leaves Jinnai. He must know the truth, and I need to have it. And you continue to keep an eye on the Ministry of Purity's movements. I'm certain Qao Lin will be grateful for your assistance. I'll be back in touch as soon as I've learned something more. Sounds good. If you're zoomed out here, it's really easy to miss her doing emotes, so that's why I'm trying to intentionally make sure people are aware that she is in fact doing that. Because again, like speech bubbles and stuff, the pacing of her speech has the emotes kind of worked into it, so if you're not noticing it, it can seem like she's pausing oddly. But it's just for an emote to kind of finish. Anyway, I don't understand what is going on here. Something has happened to Ashu. I look at him and I see only a stranger's eyes looking out at me from a familiar face. Reiko has done something to him, I'm certain of it. And I intend to find out what. If she has, so help me, my blades will deliver her the judgment she so richly deserves. Well, thank you for the silverization coin. That's a pretty nice reward to get. These can take a little bit to build up. Of course, if you really want Zaishin coins from doing quests, there's always the the Titan quests. Boy, those things are rough. The hard mode versions have got to be crazy. Hello, Qao Lin. It seems the Ministry of Purity feels their victory is at hand in their fight with the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood. My squad was tasked with cleaning up the mess left behind from an Ampha ambush on a Ministry of Purity patrol, and I uncovered this official ministerial decree written by Reiko herself. You can read it yourself. Written by Reiko herself. You can read it yourself, but to summarize, it seems the Ministry of Purity has set their sights on the Tengu as their next cleansing project. Now, I'm no fan of the murderous Ansali tribe, but Minister Reiko has declared all Tengu a threat to Cantha, even our allies, the Angchu. Even with their ever-increasing authority, the Ministry of Purity cannot legally declare war on the Angchu tribe as the peace accord was issued by the Emperor himself. However, the Ministry plans on rounding up the Angchu under the guise of protecting them during the Ministry's coming campaign against the Ansali. Then, once the Angchu are pacified and the Ministry of Purity is able to make their actions legal, the Angchu will be at the Ministry's mercy. And if there's one thing the Ministry of Purity is short on, it's mercy. You must take this official ministerial decree to Sora Honorclaw and warn her to not surrender to the Ministry of Purity. That will at least buy the Angchu time and give them a fighting chance. This one's nice. It gives us an Onyx Gemstone and 2 lockpicks. Let's not find out if Cage Tengu sings. I'm in. Okay, so this actually seems like a really good moment to see the war here. Or the close. I've played through the bonus mission pack before, but I kind of feel like playing through the end of that makes a lot of sense, just for sort of examining what's going on with the lore here. Let's put some of these things away. Oh. Okay. I need a chemi. No, not a chemi. Dermond.
Let me tell you a story.
He is Dermond, keeper of heroic tales and Tyrian legends. To know a culture is to understand its past. Choose a hero, and I shall give you that hero's tale and weapon. What story would you like to read? Master Togo's story. I don't know, I just feel like going over this is kind of relevant, so. For what we're about to see and kind of understanding some of this stuff. But first, I want to go visit the rune trader here. Let's actually run a quick ad break while I clean up my inventory. Got some wooden objects to get rid of. Got a rune trader to investigate. I don't think Superior Dagger Mastery is worth anything. Okay, it is not. And Dreadnoughts is not either, right? No. Sentinels has some value because Sentinels is useful, but it means I can easily sell that. One of our merchant friends down here. Bow staff, composite bow, this wooden plank. Don't need this either. Do need a new salvage kit though. Excellent. Okay, so with some shopping done, so this will help remind us of what's going on.
His name is Master Togo.
With the
this is his tale.
And I kind of figured like working this in here in here somewhere makes sense, and I think this is a good time for it. So the Tengu War is an event that happened pretty like recently, all things considered. I'm not sure precisely where it fits in the timeline. I could probably check, actually. Let's take a few seconds here. Timeline. After 191 years of fighting, the Tengu Wars come to an end in 1071 AE. The events of factions are the year later. So we're about to go back a bit in time, but not a lot in time. I mean, relative to where we are now in the timeline, we're in 1079 AE, so this is like 8 years after. like, here's another way of putting it into context. The Tengu Wars come to an end between the end of pre-Searing and the beginning of post-Searing Ascalon. So it's during that time that the Tengu Wars come to an end, and is almost 2 centuries of fighting, which is a very long conflict. So that was a huge deal. And so this is still in fairly recent memory. Like, for context, 8 years ago was 2013. So that just to kind of give you some context for that. Like, I remember 9/11. This is going to be the 20th year after that. And it's less than half that time since the Tengu Wars ended. So the fact that Talon Silverwing is a henchman and an instructor on Xingzhei is a big deal on all of this sort of stuff. So it's just mentioning this to kind of remind people what the context is for the Tengu Wars here.
His name is Master Togo.
So
This is his tale.
on the surface, Togo appears a simple scholar, but his name is hallowed from the great chambers of Raisu Palace to the smallest shop in Senji's corner. Cups of rice wine are raised in his honor. He's invoked as an exemplar to officials and a role model to children. Even the Tengu speak his name in praise. He's regarded as a savior of Cantha. His reputation is well earned, for Togo ended the Tengu Wars. Though Togo was more in his element, poring over scrolls and goods, such was not to be. His half-brother, Emperor Kisu of Cantha, requested that he journey with a delegation to Minister Wona's estate on a propitious matter. For years, Canthans had battled the Avian Tengu, a proud, ruthless, and defiant race. As a young man, Togo himself had fought the Tengu, and knew them to be intractable foes. Yet in the face of this mounting conflict, a hope for peace appeared from a surprising quarter. Wona, the Emperor's Minister of War, had long fought the Tengu. So it surprised all that this great warlord contacted the enemy leaders and requested their presence at his estate for a summit. Wona smiled broadly when he heard of Togo's planned attendance. Indeed, the Emperor's half-brother would legitimize Wona's intentions in Tengu eyes, and the stars were clearly aligned for a historic occasion. So, on a snowbound day, Togo and the Imperial delegation arrived at the estate, in hopes of building a bridge between man and Tengu. Little did he suspect that treachery awaited him in the house of Wona.
Little did he suspect that treachery awaited him in the house of Wona.
Yep. So, just as a reminder as well, Master Togo has been dead for some time now. He dies, like, not that long after all of this, actually. Because 1072 is when Factions takes place. So, he brings an end to the Tengu Wars and dies the next year, stopping Shido. Like, just keep that in mind, right? As he's presented here, he's presented as much younger than he should be, given when the Tengu Wars are supposed to have ended. We have finally arrived at the house of War Minister Wona. Togo, look at the view. It was a great view. That was an exhausting trek, was it not? Wona has quite the lofty estate. And just for context, we're here in these mountains. Do you truly believe Wona will be able to broker peace between Canthans and Tengu? It seems a heroic task, to say the least. I believe it is a task worth undertaking, and commend Wona on his good intentions. I sincerely hope that the bad blood between Canthans and Tengu can be put aside this day. Togo, it is good you have arrived. Minister Wona, along with the rest of the peace delegation, awaits you in the central chamber. Blatant disrespect must end. So here we have Swift Honorclaw and Talon Silverwing and Gull Hookbeak. Every day their filthy city stretches its tentacles deeper into Sensali territory. We must act before all is lost. The Angchu believe there can be peace. They are fools. I see our final guest has arrived. Welcome to my mountain hideaway, Togo. Hello, Minister Wona. Please, take a moment to introduce yourself to our esteemed Tengu guests. When you are ready to begin the talks, come, speak with me. Pray to your gods this meeting results in peace. Otherwise, the Sensali will erase any existence of your kind. Tell me your view on the Tengu Wars. Accept peace if the humans give us their lands, their gold, and their freedom. Is that too much to ask? You have brought death upon your kind, human. Keep talking. The longer we drag this out, the more men my brethren will gut with their bare claws. The Angchu are foolish to think you can be trusted. No matter, the Sinsali will end this war in due time. Midnight raids? I heard tales of assassination attempts on Sinsali diplomats. Where's the honor in that? I am Talon Silverwing of the Angchu. I've come to see if you humans truly wish for peace. Honor is our code. If your intentions are true, perhaps we can put this fight behind us. Cross us, and we shall bury you. Understand me, human. We are a valiant race, and are not to be trifled with. If you dare terrorize, deceive, or oppress us, we will fight you with every weapon we possess. If you truly have honor in your heart, you will negotiate with us as equals. Hello, Swift Honor Claw. The Angchu recognize that peace is a better recourse for human and Tengu alike. Should this feud continue, the stench of death will hang heavy in the air. Human corpses will be stacked to the tops of mountains and rival our losses. Do not be fooled. Peace will be on equal terms, or there will be no peace at all. Which outcome do you prefer? This war is the fault of your emperor and his expansionist agenda. The fight was brought to us. If not for your farmers and their reeking crops and your diseases invading our homes, there would be no war. What honor is there in burning our hatchlings while they sleep, and slaughtering our childbearers? No, we will not yield. We will fight until the corpse of every last Canthan rots in the morning sun. Peace is the only hope for your species. So, we've got a long conflict going on. It's clear that the Sinsali are very distrustful. The Angchu are like, well, I mean, if you would like to stop fighting, we're all for stop fighting, but you need to be the ones to stop fighting because you're the ones who started it. And what do you say, Captain Sunpu? Do not take your eyes off the Tengu. Should things get out of hand, my guards will spring into action. Hello, Mr. Wuna. As Minister of War, I have learned there are times to raise your sword, and others when you must sheath it. Today, a new chapter will be written in Canthan history, one that reflects a sea change in human and Tengu relations. It is most fortunate the Emperor sent you as his representative, Togo. Your even temper and diplomatic skill will be pivotal in today's negotiations. When you are ready to begin the summit, please inform me, and I shall commence the ceremony. What's your stance on the Tengu Wars? My stance? The Tengu are filthy animals, not fit for a stew. They harass my vassals and set fire to my fields and disrupt trade. They claim we are invading their sovereign territory as the empire continues to spread. Bah! As a younger man, I would have ordered the entire race exterminated. But alas, violence is not always the answer. I have learned the value of diplomacy in obtaining harmony and balance. In life, sacrifices must be made for the greater good to accomplish wealth and power. It is in Canthan's interest to deal with these savages through other means, which is why I have called this summit. It is my hope that we can reach common ground on my estate, free from the intrigues of the imperial court. I am ready to begin negotiations. Friends and honored guests, men and Tengu, I ask for your undivided attention, please. We have traveled a treacherous road to this fateful day. It is my hope that when we are finished here, this matter will finally be behind us. However, after long and careful deliberation, I have decided there can be no peace. For the good of Cantha, you all must die. Seal the doors, let none escape. Bring me Togo's corpse. Oh, right. It's this era of a ritualist. Friends, fight for your lives. The fate of the Tengu rests on your survival. Act 2, Betrayal. Bonus mission pack is a really cool idea, and I kind of wish they'd done more of them. I should actually open this panel. Yeah. Oh well. This skill became the prototype for the new Sign of Spirits, if anyone did not know. And by new, I mean current. It's been that way for a very long time. But this one's a lot more balanced, costing 25 energy. So, you know. We have been betrayed this day, but not by Cantha or the Emperor. Minister Wona acts on his own accord for his own selfish gain. Humans are lying murderers. The Sensali have been betrayed for the last time. The Angchu see no reason to trust you either, human. You say you've been betrayed? Give weight to your words. Something as heavy as Minister Wona's head should suffice. I'm a man of my word. Remain here to ensure the minister does not flee the estate. I will pursue this wretch into the recesses of his God's forsaken compound. Helen Silverwing will accompany you. He will ensure you keep your word. Know this, human. If you betray us, your entire race will bear the consequence. When this meter is full, Togo can unleash the rage of the Dragon Empire. I don't know why it's a thing, but anyway, find conniving Minister Wona and slay him for his betrayal. I'll be watching you, human. Any misstep, and it will be your head I bring back. I wonder if some of the stuff that you need to do in this has changed in difficulty with some of the skill balance updates that have happened over the years. Anyway. Rage of the Dragon Empire is a very important skill. It does a huge amount of AoE damage. This just heals so poorly. I mean, 83 is not bad, but... it's not great either. Their attention. Like, the spirits they give you and stuff are very deliberate, but... take a moment to kind of heal up here. Actually, while I'm near this spirit, I should go ahead and restore some energy. Huge group of state guards is about to charge me. Kind of want to wait for them to all gather, and then you can just pop stuff on them at the same time. Don't worry. Tunnel will be better in a moment. You could probably... oh, I can't open up the item panel right now. You could probably mod Togo's staff to have some more stuff in it and make it a little bit easier. But anyway. So what we've got going on here is we've got Minister Wona that's betraying everybody. trying to extend this conflict. I think disenchantment is significantly cheaper nowadays. Let's continue on. Again, they've dramatically underaged Master Togo compared to where he should be. He should basically look the same as he does in factions. That's roughly the age he's at. I'm going to wait here a moment. There's a boss fight just up ahead, so I'd like to recharge my skills. So yeah, Tengu War ended fairly recently. I think actually factions might have opened with like the first anniversary celebration of the end of the Tengu Wars sort of thing. So, I don't know. Apparently Master Togo aged a lot in a year. Name Yuri Kumanashi, aka Yuri the Hand. Age 31. Profession Minister 1 as personal assassin. Credo: move like the wind, strike like thunder. Wielding some sai there, it looks like. Greetings, Togo. I'm Yuri the Hand, the Minister of War's instrument. I shall make this quick. Throw yourself on our daggers, Togo, and save us the trouble. Your prediction was correct, Yuri. You made this a quick fight. You amuse me, featherless one. Well said. Act 4, The Master. Ryo Yamaguchi, aka Master Ryo, age 63, profession elite guard trainer. Live by honor, die with dignity, is his credo. I am Master Ryo. The name may sound familiar, Togo. The Emperor is a good friend of mine. It is with deep regret that I must fight you. To shirk my responsibilities would dishonor my family and disgrace my students. The Minister of War has ordered your death. Spirit Rift is really important for helping get rid of his spirits, as an aside. Wanderlust has me targeted. Well, not anymore, it doesn't. You have fought with honor, Master Ryo. You shall have a hero's burial. You are starting to behave like a Tengu, Togo. Keep this up, I may take your ramblings seriously. Sunpu Suraimaka. Captain Sunpu, age 27, Elite Guard Captain. Mercy is for the weak. And Wona Yurigi, a.k.a. War Minister Wona, age 44. Profession, Canthan Minister of War. I am the Fist of the Empire. This is credo. This is not super long, as you can tell. Gods, kill them both! Captain Sunpu, these two should give you little trouble. Deal with them. My pleasure, Minister. Regain some of my energy here. Why all of this, Wona? Peace was in our grasp. I am the Minister of War, Togo. When Cantha fights, my coffers overflow. I have no use for peace, especially with inhuman savages. Blaming your death on the Tengu will drive the Emperor mad with grief. He will declare complete and utter retribution. Cantha's riches will be at my disposal, and the Tengu lands shall be mine once I have removed them from it. Eri will make a lovely summer retreat. Do you not think so? Talon, have you heard enough? I believe you know by now who is behind this madness. Let us finish this. Perhaps the minister will talk less with his head in a satchel. Keeping Talon alive here is very difficult. What's important to know is that Minister Wona has Shockwave, so you want to make sure you mend body and soul to get the conditions off of him.
It is said that battle breeds brothers. And so the struggle against Wona's assassins unified the two races. The Tengu saw the valor in Togo's heart. And while not all of them listened to his counsel, enough trusted Master Togo to be their champion, to end the war between man and Tengu, and bring peace at last to Cantha.
So, that's a really important event. Not so long ago.
His name is Master Togo.
So we can actually
This
go
is his tale.
whoop, over here. Wona, the Emperor's Minister of War, had long fought the Tengu, so it surprised all that this great warlord contacted the enemy leaders and requested their presence at his estate for a summit. Yeah, little did he suspect. Okay, yeah. Wona's open-handed invitation cloaked deceit, for hatred still burned in the minister's heart. Once he assembled the delegates in his sanctum, he barred the doors and unleashed his assassins. His plan? Slay the Tengu leaders as a first strike and fabricate a tale of betrayal, thus escalating the Tengu wars to the point of no return. To Wona, the arrival of Master Togo was fortuitous. He would blame the death of the Emperor's half-brother and trusted advisor on the Tengu, thus ensuring Emperor Kisu's full support. Wona would then sweep the Tengu into the sea. Togo was more than a mere scholar, however. He was a soldier in his youth and well trained in the martial arts. He rallied both Tengu and human delegates. Together, they repelled the treacherous assault. Wona fled deeper into his estates, with Togo and Talon Silverwing in pursuit. Togo faced 3 of Wona's minions, defeating each in turn, before at last cutting down Wona and ending his menacing reign. In fighting Wona, Togo proved to the Tengu he was a just and honest man. While the Sansali Tengu left the summit in distrust and retreated to their raiding ways, the more civilized Angchu seized the opportunity for a real truce. Master Togo brought the Tengu's complaints to the Emperor and hammered home a lasting peace. For his efforts, Togo is venerated as a hero of the Tengu and a true man of the people to the Canthans as well. So that's where things kind of settled at. And it's really important to understand what's happened with that, because that kind of sets the context here. The Sansali are still raiders, and in fact, we can fight them plenty over here on Xingjie Island, which is predominantly where they reside. The Angchu, on the other hand, have formed a truce, and have had a truce for not quite a decade yet, but for quite a while. And it's like to the point where they have the roost here in Shikwang Skyway up in here, I think. Eri itself is right over here. Now, something else that's also really important to remember. We saw Swift Honorclaw there. Swift Honorclaw was assassinated by Panaku. By our character, actually, by Panaku getting a contract for it. And doing that. And so we had to make reprisals, and so Sor Honorclaw is now the leader. So we have this ministerial decree that we can actually read. So it says, "Members of the Ministry of Purity, we have made great strides in returning Cantha to its once proud state. The afflicted have been purged from our lands for good, and the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood are on the retreat, both far too crippled to stand up to the will of the Canthan people. It is time we turn our attentions to another threat to the prosperity of our people, the Tengu. The Emperor was weak to make peace with these savages, and he clings to that failed policy only out of respect for his slain half-brother's legacy. He is blind in his grief, and I have faith that time and the persuasion of the ministry will lead him to see the error of his ways, and allow us to rid our lands of the ongoing threat these beasts pose. In preparation for this, we must act now to pacify the Angchu Tribe. While their true nature is clear to the Ministry of Purity, they still masquerade as allies of the Canthan Empire, and thus must be handled with caution. Remember, like I said, 8 years ago, a little bit more maybe, depending upon where the timeline of everything fits, but about 8 years ago, that's when the peace was brokered. Before that, the Angchu had been in a war with the Canthan Empire, well within people's memories, for as long as I can remember, because it was for centuries. 191 years is a very long time, and that is a extremely long time for that conflict to be persisting. So you have that conflict that has been going on for so long. And so you have that conflict end only 8 years ago. Most people are going to remember when they were at war with the Angchu. It is not that far-fetched to think, especially if people who've not had any interaction with Tengu, which probably most haven't, is not far-fetched to think that they are still remembering back to that time of conflict, that time of war with the Angchu tribe. This piece is young, relatively speaking, especially compared to the conflict that preceded it. And that means that in a lot of people's minds, they remember that. They remember that conflict. They remember the Angchu as their enemies. So this right here is it's easy to see that people would be still be suspicious of the Tengu, still have some suspicions of them as potential enemies. And particularly with what's going on here, it's not hard to get them riled up. Again, there's a lot of real-world parallels that I could make that I'm not necessarily going to here. But we can definitely see the stuff that's being discussed here echoed in the real world. And I think it's important to sort of recognize that. So, what's being discussed here is stuff that absolutely has parallels. So everybody who thinks that the Tengu or is suspicious of the Tengu basically is going to buy into this conspiracy theory that the Ministry is peddling, and the Ministry gains power by basically speaking their truth, even like their idea of what the truth is, even if it's actually false. Yeah. And, you know, basically casting the Emperor as weak as well. So anyway, in preparation for this, we must act to pacify the Angchu Tribe. While their true nature is clear to the Ministry of Purity, they still masquerade as allies of the Canthan Empire, and thus must be handled with caution. The Ministry has set up a compound in the area colloquially... This is a hard word for me to pronounce for some reason. Colloquially referred to as the Roost, to serve as a temporary resettlement camp for the Angchu Tribe until such time that more permanent options become available. This is crucial for the safety of our forces and civilians alike. I assure you that, despite what the Emperor would have you believe, the Angchu are not to be trusted and would take up arms against us the moment we start our campaign against the Sensali. We must ensure that they are pacified now so our dream of a greater, safer Cantha can come to fruition. Again, the Sensali are a problem. It makes sense to go after them. They're kind of treating the Tengu as a monolith, and that's part of the us versus them mentality. Any resistance on their part will be treated as an act of war against Cantha, and our forces will defend the local populace at all costs. We are the people's fists when no others are strong enough to fight. We are the people's voice when no others are brave enough to speak. And we are the people's eyes when no others are wise enough to see the way out of this darkness. We fight for the people of Cantha and for the future of our empire. So yeah, very much so, like, I mean, the demagoguery here is very transparent, but, like, this is something that can be really dangerous narrative, too. They have gotten a lot of power, but they're always going to position themselves as, like, the courageous ones, the underdogs, the ones who are standing against the challenge and stuff, and, oh, man, there's just so many parallels to what happens in the real world. Let's go ahead and get this taken care of. Maybe I should grab some daggers or something. I don't know. Probably. I don't need more bows. I'm doing fine on that front. Except for the anniversary short bow, obviously. That I very much so want.
Hear my tale.
I'm ready to get my story authorized. Authorize my copy of Togo's story. There we go. Authorized copies are what you have to do when you get to do that when you finish them, and then you can trade it in for things. So let's get some Tengu daggers. Sounds good. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but might as well get them. All right, so let's go ahead and drop this over here for the moment. Oop, accidentally hit the button next to the map button, which makes me turn the camera around. Okay, so our next quest is warning the Angchu. So we need to warn Sor Honorclaw of the Ministry of Purity's deceit. Again, Sor Honorclaw is currently the leader after Swift Honorclaw gets killed by player assassins in the tutorial, which is not great, but here we are. Who do I want to bring? Ogden, Olivia. I'm trying to remember the team that I had. Ogden, Olivia, and I think I brought Parias, probably. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I had Zandra. Yeah, I think I had Zandra. No, either way, I'm going to go ahead and bring her now. I feel like maybe I had somebody else, but I don't recall. Okay, no, because I would have had... Did I have a Mesmer? You know what? This is fine. It's not going to matter that much for this part. Okay. So we need to go warn the Angchu Tribe. Let's see, I'm leaving from Ranmusu. Yeah, that's correct. Let them know. Let them know that things are not going properly. Not going the way we want them to. Oh, Sidrian Woods. I don't really need to interact much with things out here. There are ministry members around. That'll cause us problems. That mini is just going to go off and slaughter bugs, I guess. Not really a concern for me. Let's see how this goes. I feel like I had a mesmer, but... That worked pretty well. It looks like our damage is being decent anyway. That's good. You know what? I think I tweaked bars around a little bit when I switched over to the 6-person area. That's probably part of what's going on. These aren't good without spirits, so. Got some good old Kappa over here. You have to make this run a couple of times, which is a little annoying, but eh. Kappa are here to tickle us. And be a source of minions, I suppose. Ares over here, like I said. Way of the Pure. Critical hits remove enchantments from target. That's pretty cool. Getting that de-shotted was kind of terrible. And by that I mean my Death Blossom. Here you can see Sore Honor Claw in the Ministry. Oh man, Liquid Snake has been doing a lot of victory over there. Members of the Angchu Tribe. By official decree of Mr. Reiko of the Ministry of Purity, we are here to assist in the immediate relocation of your tribe. Relocation? We have no intention of leaving the home our people have lived in for generations. Who is this Reiko, and why does she demand such things? For your own safety, Tengu, and for the safety of the rest of your tribe, the Ministry of Purity is launching a campaign to rid this island of the Sensali tribe once and for all. We would hate for a member of your tribe to be mistaken for an enemy combatant. For the safety of your people, we have been ordered to move you to the mainland until the Sensali have been removed. While all Tengu may look alike to you, we have lived in peace with Canthans for years. The Imperial Guards have had no more issue confusing us with Sensali as we have had confusing you with Grawl. What Grawl? There are no Grawl here. Be that as it may, we are not the Imperial Guard, and our orders stand. Neither of us want to see any harm befall your peaceful village. The orders from your minister tell a different tale. You! See for yourself, Sir Honor Claw of the Angchu. The Ministry of Purity looks at all Tengu as their enemies. These orders come directly from Reiko herself. You are being deceived. So, it would seem, your minister has no honor to use such tactics. If our death is what you're after, we will die as warriors on the battlefield. You dare take up arms against us? This is an act of war. We must protect Cantha from these savage beasts. I'm glad I brought so much healing, my goodness. Okay, that's ours. Good. I was talking about the Ray of Judgment for anybody who was wondering. Dropping somebody in a Ray of Judgment with a knockdown seems pretty good. Yeah, so Honor Claw must survive. I can definitely see that being a bit difficult in the hard mode. Thank you, friend of the Angchu Tribe. We have won the battle, but I fear there may be many more to come. I shall dispatch a messenger to speak with the Emperor, and hopefully gain us some reprieve from the Ministry of Purity's persecution. But I fear it is only a matter of time before they return for us. At least now, we have the chance to earn an honorable death in battle, and can avoid the shame of imprisonment. Something else that's really important to remember is, again, this whole thing is setting up the transition from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2. Part of what we have in Guild Wars 2 is we have the Tengu-only nation. Like, all of the Tengu, from the Shiver Peaks to Krida to Cantha, have gone to live in the their like gigantic walled province. I forget exactly what it's called. It's called like the Divinity of Winds. I don't know. It's got some name with like winds in it or something. But it's so this is helping set up that transition. So yeah. Hello, friend. I'm sorry if I seem preoccupied, but my mind has been dwelling on some tragic affairs. Thanks to your assistance, our village is safe for the time being, but I can't help but think of those who live on the mainland, within the Roost. And if Reiko's decree spoke the truth, my kin are being imprisoned there, awaiting a fate no honorable Tengu deserves. I simply cannot bear the thought of my people suffering at the hands of these zealots. Under normal circumstances, I would rally the strongest among us, sail across the sea and rescue our people, or die trying. But with this Insali stirred up by the Ministry's actions, and the Ministry themselves just waiting for the right moment to quietly dispose of our tribe, I cannot leave our home unprotected for that long. Perhaps you can help. If you could join me in a small rescue party, I could leave the bulk of my forces behind to protect the village. I do not want to put more of my people in danger, but I also cannot abide the Ministry's imprisoning innocent Tengu. You're right, we can't just leave them to such fate. I'll help you. You want me to break into jail? Free birds. This one is back over this way. And the Jikwing Skyway. So yeah, this is part of what happens. They need a target. And they've decided they're going after the Tengu. We don't actually need to keep this ministerial decree at this point, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it because it takes up space in my inventory that I don't need taken up. You know what? I'll give this Halo Axe a chance to be not wood. It was wood. Alas. Okay, well. Let's move these things over. There we go. And I do want to change my party up as well in preparation for this. Akora, Dunkoro, Elias, Vec, Norgu, Daedalon. Now, normally I've been bringing let's see. Master of Whispers, I think. Right? No. I don't remember who all was in my party. Was I bringing Prius? Yeah, I was bringing Prius. But I think actually for this one, I may want General Morgan. Yeah, I may want General Morgan, because moving faster might be a good idea here. Also, this Shunlight agent got in my way, so I couldn't actually get to my bank. That happens sometimes. So there's a bunch of quests here, or there's a series of quests here that give you gemstones. These are only useful for destroyer weapons, but you also get Ruby and Sapphire, which are useful for Vabian armor. That's Ecto. Ruby and Sapphire down here. which I do eventually want to get on this character. But let's see. Is there anything that I want to notably make different here? Standard ground is good. No, this actually looks pretty fine. Yeah. Spreading conditions around with this is not bad either. Maybe I want an interrupt instead. That's a possibility. If I did, I could go for what would be ideal there? Web of Disruption could work. I think 1 point in Domination Magic and a Cry of Frustration is not bad either. But I have a decent amount of that already. Yeah, let's just leave Epidemic. I think that's probably fine. Although I want to swap to We Shall Return. The rest of that I'm fine with. I think we have a lot of movement we're going to need to be doing at some point here soon. So I want to have run speed buffs because that helps with anything where we have to like be getting places. Why have your people betrayed us? I mean, it's not all of my people. It's customary for your people to stand around in a time of urgency. You're here, and for that I thank you. But enough talk. We must go free my people. Indeed we must. One of the things you'll see here is the Ministry has replaced the Jade Brotherhood. I'm not sure how thorough that is, but they definitely put a huge dent in them. Like, I'm not sure how much it's like for this versus like something more long term. Let's see. Fight your way inside the Tengu containment zone. It's not far. Wow, that's a high-level minion, though, let me tell you. Minion size scales based on level, so bigger or higher-level minions are bigger. I don't know that I like what the message having Death Nova put on me sends. There are a lot of Ministry guards in this area. This won't be easy. You stand a better chance against the Ministry than my unarmed kin inside do. Our fate shall be the same as theirs. Yeah. Traitors! You take up arms against Canthan for these savage animals? From where I stand, you look like the savages. What gives you the right to imprison innocent Tengu? We do what we must to keep our people safe. And I must do the same for my people. Stand aside and we will leave. There's no more need for bloodshed. I am not your enemy, and I do not wish to harm you. You're just trying to trick me. Like you've been tricking the Empire for years. Reiko knows the truth. She knows what is necessary to save Canthan. The only thing Canthan needs saving from right now is Reiko. She will destroy everything that stands in her way to power. Enough of this. This insurrection ends now. Kill them all. Oh man, this is one of those situations where we get just an absolutely ridiculously enormous list of allies that covers the mini-map. Escort the prisoners to the Shenzhen tunnels, and at least one Tengu prisoner must survive. Oh boy, we have people coming in from behind. Oh, there's a commendation. See, like I said, they're a potential drop here. Oh my goodness, this has become an absolute mess and a half. That's because the Imperial Guard has more sense than you do. Let's just say you'll be purified to death. You can see why I might want to have a little bit of a run fast juice for getting these guys out of here. Boy, what an absolute mess of things going on. There's other ones later that's also going to be better, but... I would prefer you didn't. Same with you, actually. Yeah, Starburst type build. Yeah. Gotta tell ya, getting 4 energy off of critical strikes is really nice. Oh, we're almost to our destination. All right. We will continue through the tunnels. I have a friend in the Imperial Guard who will help us make our way back to Xingjie Island. I don't know what the future holds for the Angchu Tribe, but I thank you for what you have done. Reiko will use this as evidence that all Tengu are enemies of Cantha. We know the truth about the Minister of Purity, but in these trying times, I fear Canthans will simply look at this as Tengu killing their own kind. I knew that going into this, but I could not forsake my kin. Our only hope is for the Emperor to regain control of his country before Reiko strikes at us. If I have anything to say about it, that day is fast approaching. And off he goes. So I just need to go see Sword Honor Claw for my reward. Back in Xingjie. Yes. Okay, give me Ogden. Was I using Gwen? Nope. I think I just had Daedalon going on. It doesn't really matter. Zandra was doing a fine job. A new build of Guild Wars is available. Well, that doesn't happen very often. Huh. You know what? We will go to the technical difficulty screen. While I restart Guild Wars. This is probably just server maintenance, but it does happen every now and then. Let's see. The wiki has any information about what just happened. Not yet, no. It just says the last update was in December. It kind of is, yeah. GW? You starting? What I told you to start. Here we go, I think. Oh, I may have accidentally opened it twice. Nope, looks like we're good. Yeah, okay, looks like we're good. Let's just hop back into the game here. It might take it a second to... There it goes. OBS found it. Okay, I have no idea what that was about just yet, but that's always exciting. Let's see. Ogden, Zandra, and Olivia. There we go. Okay, now I need to go see Sora Honor Claw for my reward. Huh. Well, that definitely just happened. Oh, yeah. I'm actually going to salvage both these things. I don't need to... It is nice that the Ministry of Purity can drop ministerial accommodations, though. There we go. And my 54 gold coins. Okay, let's go turn this quest in. So yeah, we've got this whole thing going on now with the Ministry of Purity going after the Tengu. The Tengu are like, we need to free our people. And it's just creating problems. It's reintroducing tensions that had been kind of smoothed over for the most part. Of course, it makes sense that they want to go after the after things as they do, but it creates a series of complications. That minion's going to go off and kill more mantids. Curious if the wiki's been updated yet. Hey, it has been. Client updated to use Visual Studio 2019 compiler to connect to login servers. Interesting. All right, then. That can definitely be a thing that you just did. I guess it's part of the maintenance. And I think a lot of that stuff is just kind of on automatic, isn't it? Ooh, Kappa shell hatchling. Kappa hatchling shell. Excuse me. Yeah, I think a lot of that stuff doesn't require updates. If I'm not mistaken. Turtle shell does not protect you against critical hits, so it's actually really well designed to give assassins a bit of an edge. Kind of neat. Craw Razorbeak. Also, Honor Claw, of course, getting de-leveled back down to 10 for this non-conflict version of the map. You have done our people a great service and a great risk to yourself. My messenger informed me I forgot to set priority only. 1 second. Let me do that. There we go. That should stop future notifications. Okay. My messenger informed me that the Emperor strives for continued peace between our two people, but my faith in his ability to ensure it has been shaken. I can only hope he maintains whatever grasp he has on the Ministry of Purity's leash for our sake, and for the sake of Cantha as a whole. Hello again, my friends. I have troubling news to share. It seems that one of the prisoners we rescued, Ryan Greyfeather, has vengeance in his heart, and has left for the battlefront to attempt to join the Sinsali's fight against the Ministry of Purity. His family tried to stop him, but the old fool felt it would be better to die in honorable combat than await the Ministry's executioner here. I'd be lying if I said the same thought hadn't crossed my mind, but there is also honor in respecting the peace we have with the Canthan people, even if some among them have forsaken our accord. So what's really important right here is the Tengu Sore Honor Claw is recognizing that not all Canthans agree with what the Ministry of Purity is doing, and for the sake of those that don't, he wants his people to continue to respect the brokered peace, which I think is really important. You're impressed every time how good the Wind of Change quest rewards are. Yeah, Wind of Change has really good quest rewards. We must stop him from dragging our tribe into this conflict. Should the Ministry report Angchu warriors fighting alongside the Sinsali, I fear even the Emperor will be powerless to stop the Ministry of Purity from assaulting our village. And that's assuming the Sinsali don't cut him down at first sight. Taking more of our warriors to the front will only make this situation worse, I fear. If you would be willing to find him for me, perhaps we can prevent more damage from being done. This is where we start getting rubies. And 2 lockpicks. And this one as well. I will find your soldier and bring him home. Takes us up into the Jaya Bluffs. Yeah, Winds of Change is very rewarding. I want to sell this. There we go. And then stop by the... Lie on the way there. Let's see. Let's grab Daedalon. Mesmers are good, right? And, Vec, I think. Vec does some nice damage and some nice defense, so... Maybe I have a little too much defense, but I like having the crazy enchantment stripping that Chillblains provides, so here we are. This seems fine. This seems fine. Probably. No, that's not the way up. I need to go. I go this way. Hello, Initiate Suriyai. All right, let's see about trying to rescue Ryan Greyfeather from his foolish endeavor. Yeah, I do like how rewarding they made the Winds of Change content. Which actually brings me to Lei Jeng, I think. Yeah, because he gets... when do these quests become available? Yeah, but when does it become available? They've returned. Okay, maybe he has. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go check. I'll go check out Lei Jing when we get back to capital. See if there's more going on. You can see the ministry is already fighting the Sensali. We really don't need to get too involved in their conflict, I hope. It's really nice to get back into some of these maps. This one's a really pretty map, and you just don't spend a whole lot of time here in the normal, or in the, I don't know why I keep saying normal, in the base factions story. Like, you just kind of pass through this zone, but it's a really neat zone. What's the best way down? Well, well, if it isn't a human-loving Angchu, and all alone too, you make this too easy. I am not your enemy, fellow Tengu. I come to fight by your side against this common foe. Your people had their chance, and you chose humans over your own kind. You are no better than them, and my blade will treat you no differently. Yeah, the Sensali don't like the Angchu, as you can see. Back, human. I will fight you all if I must. I may be old, but with age comes experience. We do not wish to fight you, young Greyfeather. You have been sent here by Sore Honorclaw. By being here, you're putting your family, your friends, and your whole tribe in grave danger. You're the ones who rescued us from the roost. Why do you help us, human? Because the whole world hasn't gone mad, just the vast majority of it. Look, we don't have time. We have to leave before... Well, if it isn't the attempted assassins, and an Angchu brave. Reiko knew this peace treaty was nothing but a charade. Men, deal with them. I'm going to report this to the commander. No, wait. By the six, why do they always run? We have to chase him down. If he is able to escape and report your presence here, the ministry will use this to justify an attack on your village. Yeah. And that's the problem. You'll never catch me, says Jiao Kuai the Swift. Clearly, you don't know my track record of catching people who run from me. They certainly play around with, like, we are an extremely seasoned... Like, they know what we have done as player characters. Maybe I can't outrun you, but I can outnumber you. You know, I'm pretty good at succeeding against unfavorable odds as well. Yep. It's true. It's true. But yeah, I do like how they play with the fact that the player character has done some, like, pretty crazy, ridiculous stuff at this point, and they're being very self-aware about that in a way where they're not, like, pretending otherwise, which I quite enjoy. I got some panic going on over there. It was a good idea to make sure this Resurrection Shrine gets activated, because this next fight can actually be quite rough. I'm going to take a moment to make sure our entourage, as it were, catches up with us. Got a bunch of minions and things. Seizho Hall. Yeah, this is a neat little place here. Can you just give up now? Aha! And here's the commander now, just in time to... We have you now, humans! Looks like we're in this battle whether we like it or not, but now we don't have anyone on our side. What do you mean? It's a handful of us versus their armies. The odds are in our favor. Okay, well, whatever. Really? If those conditions will just expire. Yeah, we're getting kind of this part can be really rough, so. Hey, now you have to deal with our minions. But that's okay, there's a resurrection shrine just right next to this, so. It's not like you have to keep anyone alive or anything. It says survive the battle, it just means finish the battle. Get ourselves a golem here, that'll help. Part of it is after that initial conflict you get kind of caught in a pincer, which can create a lot of problems. You want your lines to be able to be as unified as possible, typically. Rather than having to defend from multiple sides at once. And Orion knows how to get back up, so. Use our honor claw for your reward. Sounds good. I don't know if Rion feels like getting back up or not, but there he goes. We have done it. We've done it indeed. We've helped escalate this conflict that much more. Every slain soldier on this field, Tengu and human alike, has a family and friends, all of whom will demand vengeance for their lost loved one. Have the years of battle drained you of all joy from victory? I'd expect that attitude from an old-timer like myself, but you still have many fighting years ahead of you. No, I've just learned that while you should celebrate your own survival, you should never revel in the death of a foe. But they are our enemies. And I theirs. Should we meet in battle, chances are only one will walk away. I've accepted the reality of war, but does not mean I have to like it. Now, return to your people. It is not wise to stay here. Again, they're going for a grizzled thing that feels a little bit incongruous with stuff, but it seems that everyone is an enemy of the Angchu Tribe these days. But anyway. This should salvage nicely, at least. No! Betrayed. Yes, success. I don't want wood. Wood is not worth very much. Iron is worth a good bit, usually. In other words, you'll get more if you salvage into iron and less if you salvage into wood. Oh well. Here's how it is. A random minion can go fight those drones again. Alright, so we can see that the Ministry is in fact very much so attacking the Sensali. And the Angchu are not feeling too happy either. It's a tricky situation. And the political establishment is on the Tengu's side, but the demagogued upstarts are not. And this is creating a lot of challenging difficulty for them. There's our level 6 Kappa. That Ray of Judgment is so overkill. Like I said, we have to do this walk a couple of times. It's a little annoying, but it is what it is. I guess. I think there's a merchant up here. Can sell that stuff too. Yeah, milk bright feather. Okay. So I'm gonna get back up here. Fill this off. Have a conversation. Hello, Sor. From the sounds of it, there were no survivors left to report Angchu presence during the battle, but we cannot be sure of that. Only time will tell. I am in your debt, Gerudo Senso. Not only did you save that old fool from certain death, you also prevented us all from being dragged further into this conflict than we already are. Thank you. That old fool will be the death of us all. Again, things kind of released it in like stages, so there's probably more of a time gap that should be here than is actually present in the back-to-back quests. But that old fool will be the death of us all. It seems Orion Greyfeather has gone back to Jaya Bluffs for some absurd reason. I can't possibly guess why, since everyone on that side of the island wants us dead. But last we saw, that was where he was heading. You seem quite adept at tracking that idiot down. Would you mind fetching him for me again? This time, we'll have to make sure to tie him to something upon his return. Alright, this time we'll make sure to tie him to something upon his return. So we get a sapphire for this. And here I thought he learned his lesson. I'll go find him again. A treaty's a treaty. Okay, so let's grab... Let's just grab our 2 mesmers and all that good. More damage can't hurt, right? Oh, the shooting light chest is so far away. Yeah, here you can see Mai, Kisai, and Yoon. Our fellow students. But getting a ruby and sapphire as rewards from this is really, really nice. I wish more quests were similarly rewarding. But anyway. Oh, hi. Well, you're easy to find this time. Easy, friend. I did not come here for a battle. I've been thinking about what you said, about me endangering my people with my foolish actions. I wanted to make amends for my transgressions. I'm old and wise enough to know when I've made a mistake. I have been listening to the Sensali from afar for any talk of an attack on our village. They don't seem to be planning to attack the Angchu, but they have been working to lure the Ministry of Purity to the east side of the island. I heard one of them mention Sumai Village, which makes me think that their forces on this side of the island are a decoy, and that the bulk of their forces plan to attack Sumai Village on the west side. But with the Ministry of Purity forces here, the village will be defenseless. We must warn them. There's no telling how soon they will strike. I know a faster route to that side of the island. Speak with me when you are ready to travel to Sumai Village. I can take you there, but I fear the villagers won't take kindly to me joining them in battle. I'm ready to travel to Tsumai village. Tsumai village! For those who don't remember, it's this little village here. I think the 60 have arrived. There are so many Sensali amassing out there. I would have been happy to see the Minister of Purity show up. This is Captain Yonghei. Whoa there, let's not get carried away. That's a Canthan guard. Maybe not as fond of the ministry. Stow it, soldier. So, are you the only ones who have come? Unfortunately, yes. But if we band together, we should be able to survive this attack. Well, it looks like we're about to find out. To arms, men! Give every able-bodied villager a weapon. We fight for our lives. And now we have a Sensali attack. So yeah, this is a defense mission. I gotta defend the village here. And it says defend the village, but it really means just kill all of them. Jinji is one of the villagers here. We can actually go through this portal. It doesn't mean anything. There is a limit to how far out we can go. We'll get like automatically teleported back, I think. I forget exactly how it works. But what tends to happen is as enemies come, you kind of get pulled out. So it's a good idea to kind of step back a little bit, in my opinion anyway. Let them kind of come to us a little bit more. Especially if you're melee, trying to push too far out will cause you problems. By the 6 we're doomed. More Tengu are arriving from the southwest. They have us surrounded. Sensali, take no prisoners. There's no hope for survival. Slay as many of them as you can before we fall. Wait, those aren't Sensali. It's the Angchu. We're here to honor our alliance. Should you have us? Should we have you? Yes, by the gods, yes. As you can see, like, we were pushing too far out, so we got teleported back. I know. I'll shoot inoffensively with my weak bow. Or not. Does this give a message? You kind of want to be careful about how far you push them for... Push out too from like loot drop acquisition reasons. I don't know why I thought that would be useful. Just do something about all these minions, would you? Oh, the lack of a bip is not good for the Mesmers. So this is a good place to get feathers, apparently. Okay, you must not abandon the village. Tells me. Forces me back. There we go. We've done it. We've pushed them back. Look, off in the distance, it's the Ministry of Purity. Captain Beichi. How timely. We should flee, brother. There are too few of us to... I do not intend to fight them. Fight? You're the heroes of the day. Just wait. Once they know the truth... Step away from the beasts and the traitors. We're here to protect your village from their nefarious plot. Actually, they already saved us, thanks. The Angchu are not our enemies. They... Silence, Imperial dog! We have suspected your involvement in the Tengu insurrection, and this only proves our suspicions true. They speak the truth. The Angchu saved us. This must be a trick. Ah, yes. Not trusting the Imperial Guards, but civilians, yes. There goes a young grey feather up there. This is no trick. I extend my hand in peace. Back, beast! You killed him! And Olivia raised a minion from his corpse. He attacked me! You all saw it! Enough of this. Arrest them all! Hey, Captain. Hold fast. We fight for our lives. Go Thuena, my friend. The rest of you, push them back. Hold the line. Use the choke point to our advantage. This is not good. Why would the Ministry do this? The Angchu helped us. Because the Minister of Purity isn't the infallible entity they would have you believe they are. We have to report this to Mr. Reiko, to the Emperor himself. They likely got their orders from Minister Reiko herself. And the Ministry of Purity has grown too powerful. It has the people on their side. If the Emperor were to go against them now, it would lead to endless civil war. Well, we must do something. That Tengu saved our lives. We owe it to him. There has to be something that we can do. There is. Tell people what you saw here today. Tell them of Ryun's sacrifice, of the Angchu's bravery. Show them that this path, the Ministry of Purity's path, will lead them to a darkness from which they may never escape. I will. We all will. We will never forget this day. Wonder how this is going to be represented in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, the Ministry of Purity, not so great. Not so great at all. Drops us back off from Jaya Bluffs. Now we just need to go see Sword Honor Claw for our reward once again. Yes, we will leave the Mesmers behind. That was a lot of feathers, though. More wood. Yeah. But you can see right here that the Ministry of Purity basically has been told that the Imperial Guard is worthless. That they're just dogs of the Empire. They do whatever the Emperor wants. They don't care about the people, etc. Like the Ministry of Purity's members are being fed a very negative view of the Imperial Guard. So they're suspicious of them as well. And what's basically happening is Minister Reiko is sowing disbelief in the Empire, the Imperial government, and its agents. And what this fundamentally leads to is a kind of a tricky balance of making sure that like she doesn't dishonor people that are cared about, but you know, it's that fine line of like, let's honor the Emperor up until the point that the Emperor is a traitor. And, you know, it kind of feels like she's on a path to try to basically gain control, even if not in truth, in name, gain control of the entire Empire herself. 18 dagger mastery with that. Crazy. Where does her path end? Not very clear, but it certainly seems that she's either trying to push for an empress position or something very high up, wielding a lot of power here. So, she's ambitious in very devious ways, and she's able to manipulate the people very effectively. That brave old fool. I underestimated his valor and his wit, but at least we can all have solace in knowing that he died a hero to both of our peoples. I hope that his sacrifice shows the Canthan people that the Angchu are not their enemies, and that we still respect our alliance, despite the Ministry of Purity's crusade against us. It is tragic that Captain Beichi could not see past his race to see the honor in Rion Greyfeather's actions, and that they both lost their lives due to his ignorance. I thank you, my friend. The whole Angchu Tribe thanks you. I don't know what darkness the future holds for us, but I feel the memory of your kindness to my people shall be a glowing beacon of hope for us in these trying times. Oh, one last thing. A young assassin was looking for you. She said she would await your arrival in Shenzhen tunnels and asked that I send you her way. All right. Well, that means we need to head back to figure out what's going on with Miku. Actually, I also want to drop by Kaineng Center. See if Lei Jing has a new quest for us or not. He does. Okay. I'm wanting to make sure I do these quests. Okay, so we have a new set of quests from him. So, I want to do these, but I need to keep it in the back of my mind that Miku's waiting for me. The Ministry of Purity has been pretty popular lately, but that doesn't mean the Imperial Guard isn't working hard as well. Family matters. I heard about what happened on Mount Kinkai. It's despicable that the Jade Brotherhood would use your friends to get at you like that, but it's not particularly unusual for them. Unfortunately for me, not everyone is as level-headed as you are. One of my subordinates, Imperial Guard Natsumi, is a relative of one of the students you rescued and has decided to take it upon herself to go and seek revenge on the ones responsible. She doesn't seem to understand that attacking the Brotherhood again like this will just cause more acts of retaliation. And Natsumi's partner has volunteered to track her down. If you're up to it, I'd like to ask you to head to Wajin Bazaar and check on Miyuki's investigation. We've got to stop this before it spirals out of control. So, let's go ahead and grab this and to do this one. But first, I want to have a party to take with me. Let's see. Prius and Vec. There we go. These are quests that I often ignore. They're side quests, right? They're not part of the main story, but they certainly are part of the narrative. So it's important to me that I make sure I do them during this. If anybody's wondering, Initiate Zairi is offering us a hard mode version of Cleansing Buck Deck Byway. The hard mode versions are significantly more rewarding for a significant bump up in challenge, so I'm not looking to be doing them here for story playthrough stuff. I'm just clearing that out. And let's go sell some things too while we're here. Actually, let's just do that in the marketplace. That's where we need to go to head into the Wajin Bazaar. Oh, we could head from Nipui Quarter as well, I guess, but... Asung. Some merchandise for ya. Don't know why that accent was what came out of my mouth, but here we are. Let's go ahead and head into the Wajin Bazaar. Yeah, we just have standard Jade Brotherhood spawns right now. Hey, you know. Business hasn't been as good since the Ministry of Purity has started their sweeps. Interesting. I wonder how much, like, altered dialogue there's like that. There's definitely a lot of ambient dialogue and modifications made due to... The docks are so empty these days. People are afraid to come to Canthan. That's probably from the plague stuff. Hey, Miyuki. Kainu, by the way, is a useful place to come for some artisan stuff. We need to get over to Miyuki here. Probably will be fine, but... It's a good idea in general to support. Tell me what you know, scoundrel! Ha! Like anyone would listen to someone like you. Uh-oh, reinforcements? I'm out of here. Wait, get back here! Hello. Ah, another one that ran off before I could get any useful information out of him. Only Natsumi were here. She's much more intimidating. Lei Jing sent me to help. Captain Lei sent you to help. I appreciate it. I can't say I've made much progress so far. And Natsumi is looking for a Jade Brotherhood member known as Meijin, Vengeful Eye. He got that name due to his penchant for... Hang on. He got that name due to his penchant for revenge attacks whenever the Ampha attacked him or one of his friends. And, as you already know, he is not afraid to apply his techniques to others outside the Ampha. But we need to track her down before she rattles the hornet's nest for a second time. Let's ask around the bazaar and see if anyone has seen either Natsumi or Meijin. The folks around here are usually pretty cooperative, but we may need to rough up some Jade Brotherhood if we want to get answers from them. Fortunately for you, fighting Jade Brotherhood is one of my many talents. Okay. So it looks like I need to ask around and find out where Imperial Guard Natsumi has been. Well, I wonder if Yono has seen anything? I need to gather information. Ooh. Some interesting quests going on here. I'm only going to Yon over here because he said something previously, so I'm curious to see if he has anything more to say. But it might be that I need to head kind of more of the direction we were already going in. Yeah. Nothing new there. There's some Ampha over that way. Informant Tanzan was around here somewhere, but he did not survive. Man, you know, it would be so sweet to have like an Assassin's Creed type game or something set in this, in Kaineng. Wouldn't that be amazing? I think it would be. This area is really cool looking. I don't usually come up this way. So, there's Lian, Dragon's Petal. But these are just normal Jade Brotherhood, so they're probably not terribly important to this quest. Good old Spirit of Shadow song. Doing good work. Hello, random Jade Brotherhood member. Ow, ow, ow! I give up. That's smarts. What did you come here for? What? Tell me what you've done with the Imperial Guard who is down here, or I'll... Where's Meijin Vengeful Eye? Tell me, quick, or else. Have you ever danced with Doom in the pale moonlight? Ooh. Do I look like a scribe? I don't keep detailed records of where all our members are. You should check around the docks, maybe. I mean, sure, we can head that general direction. Xin Lao. Powers of mystery, the powers of illusion. Who among you would challenge these forces? So dim. You say anything? The Luxon and Kurziks have been quarreling for so long, I think they've probably forgotten why they started fighting to begin with. Probably. Hello, random peasant. It's been so boring today. I just wish something exciting would happen. I'm looking for an Imperial Guard. Perhaps you've seen her. Who's your daddy? I haven't seen any but the one following you around. Well, he was not very helpful, was he? I wonder what some of the alternate responses some of these dialogues give us is. City and Flame are important to the peace around here, yeah. Can you tell me anything else about Majin? I've only met him once before. Then you probably know enough. He has an unhealthy obsession with the idea of revenge. In him, there's no slight small enough to avoid his wrath. And since the Ministry assault against their leaders, his acts of revenge have gotten even more violent. I shouldn't have to say this, but not everyone has been as lucky as Kasai and her friends. In that case, I'll make sure this is the last time. Let's see. This is a ridiculous quest. But the quest is basically telling somebody that, nope, you got a bunch of red tape to go through. Actually go down this way. I'm kind of wishing I had a run speed buff for my party right about now. But anyway. It is what it is. We can get some special armor over this way from Voldo. A character in Street Fighter or some other fighting game. Hyundai. Do you make anything interesting? Not really. Same stuff as the much more convenient crafter has. So. Millennium leather squares. Not sure how those are value-wise. I'm sure in Kujin, I'm not sure. That might be a conversation. Hello, peasant. I've been seeing a lot of ministry folks running around lately. I wonder if something is going on. Seen any Imperial Guards around lately? Red and gold armor. Gets really angry when people threaten her family. Just this outfit make my little butt look big. Oh, you mean Natsumi? I usually see her on her patrols, though it's odd that she hasn't been here in a while. Maybe try over by the shops to the east? Okay, we can head that direction. Why do you end up being partnered with someone like Natsumi? That was Captain Lei's decision, actually. I'm not sure what he was thinking when he assigned us. Perhaps he wanted me to look after Natsumi's short temper, or perhaps he wanted me to learn from her exemplary fighting skills. It's funny, actually. I actually almost arrested Natsumi on her first day of work. She had knocked over a fruit stand in her rush to pick up her armor from the smith. I was on duty nearby. I made her help clean it up before I let her go, and she was late to report in as a result. Captain Lei was pretty angry, but Natsumi and I have become good friends and partners since then. I see. Eugene, my old friend, why are you still on duty? Where else should I be, Yanja? It's not like I have a family to go home to anymore. This is probably... I know it's hard to deal with losing your family to the plague, but you should take some time off. You can't be serious. Look around you, Yanju. There are gangs fighting everywhere. People dying from the plague. Yeah, okay, this is an old discussion. So I'm just going to let that pass. Shops to the east. Well, let's go up this way. There's a peasant up here that has something to say. We might be following a specific chain of individuals, actually. Hello, random peasant. Things have been pretty busy around here lately. Have you heard of Maijin, the Vengefly? Do you know what they call a Moa burger with cheese in Helona? I'm looking for an Imperial Guard. Have you seen her? Oh, that guy? He roughed me up a bit one time for bumping into him on the street. I think he hangs out west of here. If you see him, give him a punch for me, too. West. Well, we can head west. West and north, maybe. I mean south. This is uphill. I'm going up. It's one of those weird things of, like, maps can get confusing with, like... Do you think of geography up and down as in elevation? Which is a logical way to do it. Or do you think of it north and south, where up is north and down is south because of looking at a map with north up on the orientation you're holding the map? Very weird sort of, like, mental conundrum. Oh, here's another Jade Brotherhood member. Perhaps there's some information from this one. I surrender. Just stop with the punching. Stop hitting me and I'll tell you whatever you want. Now, I'm looking for an Imperial Guard about this tall, probably angry. You know where to find Majin, don't you? Let's ask that one. Yeah, I do. I saw him headed to the markets earlier. I think he said he was going to head back to the headquarters today. To headquarters after. Yeah, that is some good information. I agree, Miyuki. That is some very good information. Well, let's head down towards headquarters then. I mean, more Imperial accommodations is useful, technically. I like this color I ended up settling with. If you hadn't noticed, I don't remember if I dyed his armor last time, but I have dyed it now. It's kind of an interesting color that I quite enjoy. And critically has some pink dye in it, so I was able to use up the rest of my Sadie's pink dye, so now I don't have 2 separate stacks of pink dye in my bank, which I'm happy about. I assume this is the direction that they meant. It was being kind of indicated to me. Here's a random collector. Yeah, there is actually... This is a Jade Brotherhood collector who wants to collect Plague Idols, so... Show we've taken out. Like, there's some Jade Brotherhood members, I guess, that aren't our enemies, and some Anfa that probably aren't as well, to kind of... I don't know. It's just... I really feel like they could have done more to emphasize it. It's there, but kind of quiet. It's like a thing that you see. Boy, these normal Jade Brotherhood are in for a real bad time. Shen the Magistrates. I don't know. Let's kind of poke around here a little bit, I guess. Oh, well, that doesn't go anywhere. Let's not poke that way. Oh, man. Look how cool this is looking back on the friggin' city from here. Boy, I don't come over this way often enough. Has some really great views of Kaineng. Wow, that's so cool. Okay, let's go up this way. See if there's any indication of anything. I mean, the Jade Brotherhood's area here is pretty neat as well. Come back here for random stuff. Well, even if it does spawn here, I might need to get all of my information gathered first before any of that can work. So let's just poke around a little bit more. See if we can find more people to talk to. Maybe over this way? Can always try it, see what we discover. Very different sort of quest. I definitely feel like they were trying to experiment with what sort of quests they could make with this. With the Jang's quest. Natsumi can be a handful at times, but this is the first time that she's directly gone against the captain like this. She's always been very protective of Kasai and June, though. I can understand her anger. After all, it seems like this is partly my fault, but Leia's right that we need to stop her before this gets worse. I agree. Let's find her as quickly as possible. June, if you don't remember, is Kasai's older sister, I think? You can find her in House Zuheltzer and had a bag stolen by the dredge. A bag of art supplies, so she's an artist. Hello, random Jade Brotherhood member. All right, I give. I'll talk. What do you want to know? Where can I find Majin? You want to find the Vengeful Eye? I see him around the markets this time of day, usually. You've got a death wish, though, if you're going after him. All right, I think we've got enough information. Let me see your map. Based on their testimony, I think we should head here next. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Probably doesn't spawn until you, like, get that far, though. Or get all the info. A little awkward, but that's just kind of how things go. You do ordered quest things like this. I was just there. But all that. But anyway. There are hard mode versions of these quests too, apparently. Well, there's Natsumi and Majin the Vengeful Eye. And some helpful Jade Brotherhood members that we didn't have to kill. Majin, I'm here to bring you to justice. It's Natsumi. Natsumi, wait! Miyuki, what are you doing here? Who do you people think you are? Ah, wait, I know you. You're the sister of that student I captured. She was crying about something like that when I left her in that cave to die. I see you've gotten this so-called hero to track me down. Why, you... Vengeance is an irresistible fruit, is it not? You may kill me here, but just remember that your actions make you no better than us. No, it is different. We are here on behalf of those who cannot fight for themselves. The Jade Brotherhood only acts in its own self-interest and greed. Dress it up with words however you want, but I can see the anger in your eyes as well. You still seek vengeance. So come, see if you can take it. A bracelet. Ah, do it. Kill me. But remember, my death will only continue the cycle of vengeance. Very self-aware for a villain. I've been waiting a long time for this. Natsumi. No, you're right, Miyuki. It stops here. Majin Vengeful Eye, by the authority of the Dragon Empire, I hereby place you under arrest for kidnapping, attempted murder, and 23 counts of other criminal activity. This isn't over, hero. You can't stop what you started when you attacked us. No, but I can stop you. Thanks for helping me, Girudo-senso. Natsumi and I will take this guy to the prisons before apologizing to Captain Lei. Oh, that reminds me. I got this note from one of the Jade Brotherhood I was questioning on the way here. Could you take it to him? It seemed pretty important. Well, off they go with their prisoner. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, just have the system of justice actually work. I wonder how far they get. I'm curious. I want to follow them. See if they've pathed them all the way back to the outpost. Glass arrows. Good skill, that one. This is what happens when you walk into this badly. Okay, never mind. We'll just go back to Kaineng Center. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Up to 8 lockpicks after those Tengu quests. Thank you for your help. Natsumi has a tendency to overreact to things, but in this case, I can't really blame her. And to have her sister attacked and left for dead as a means of example to another, well, I'm just glad we were able to stop her in time. Having Majin off the streets should hopefully slow down the Brotherhood as well. Now, let's see this document she managed to recover. This is disturbing. It seems to be some sort of draft of a treaty agreement. The other party is blank, however, so I'm not sure who it is. It seems the actions of the Ministry of Purity have driven even the Brotherhood to seek allies elsewhere. I'll start an investigation into this, so don't worry. In the meantime, please, take this as compensation for your assistance. Well, thank you. Vassal states, eh? Despite their constant warring, the Luxons and the Krzyk's have always had a fairly stable relationship with the Empire of the Dragon. Since they are vassal states, the Emperor is obligated to listen to their requests and act accordingly, though he remains, as always, a neutral party in their war. I know of your work to bring them together in order to defeat the betrayer, but it seems like lately things have been unraveling. The invasion and attacks by the Ampha and Jade Brotherhood have put them on edge, and they've both sent emissaries to speak with the Emperor. I'm a little worried about them starting a fight in the city, so would you mind going to talk to them to make sure nothing is going on? I believe I saw them head off to Raisu Pavilion. Nothing is as exciting as political discourse. Sure. We will go and take a look. I feel like I might have done this one, but not others. I feel like I vaguely recall this, but maybe I'm confusing it with a different one. Again, these are a set of quests that I tend to not do as often. So it's kind of interesting to go and actually see them for a change. There's a really cool fountain here, isn't it? I don't really think about that being a fountain. Yeah, that is a fountain, water pouring out from underneath it. It'd be loud there, though. Good place to hold private conversations that can't be overheard easily. Hello, emissaries. What do you want, outsider? You may have won the convocation, but I won't forgive you for breaking the spear of our hero. Why have you come here? As if you don't know. We had some of our diplomats attacked by some of the gangs around here, as well as some members of the Emperor's own ministry. I'm here to protest this kind of treatment, as well as the increase in taxes. First they attack us, then they ask us for money for more weapons. Absurd! As if the dealings with those dirty Krzyk's weren't bad enough. That's pretty rude. I was the one who protected the diplomats. You certainly did, but what about afterward? Those gang members are still wandering the Jade Sea, interrupting our business. I'm staying here until the Emperor listens to me and gets someone to remove them. Can't you just remove them yourselves? The bulk of our forces are engaging the Krzyk's right now, and we don't have men to spare. Anyway, this is the fault of the Emperor and the Ministry to begin with, so they should be the ones taking responsibility. If you're so worried, why don't you go remove them? Yeah, I do remember doing this one before. Aren't you the one that broke St. Victor's urn? Are you here to break the Emperor's sacred artifacts now? Well, why have you come here? Don't act like you aren't aware of it. I know you were there when the Ministry and those other hooligans attacked our citizens. I'm here to get the Emperor to clean up his mess and to protest the taxes that have been levied against the Krzych people in order to fund their little war. We have enough trouble dealing with those barbaric Luxons to waste time dealing with the problems of the Ministry and its gangs. That's pretty rude. I was the one who protected the diplomats. Be that as it may, those reprobates are still lurking around in our forest. Until they are removed, I'm not leaving. Can't you just remove them yourselves? The Luxons are a bigger threat than ever right now, so we can't afford the troops. Besides, I think the Emperor should clean up his own mistakes, unless you're offering to do it yourself. It seems I need to clear out the remaining Ampha from the Jade Sea, and the remaining Jade Brotherhood from the Echovault Forests. Into the Silent Surf we go. Hey, Vec. Pop open Vex thing there. I'm actually kind of torn. I think I'm going to actually switch back to my other set. And swap over to Wastrel's Collapse for my elites. The advantage of Wastrel's Collapse is that I can go immediately into one of these skills afterwards. Which means I don't get bottlenecked by Fox Fang's 3-second recharge. If that makes sense. It's a weird thing to have as a bottleneck, but it actually kind of is, awkwardly enough. There's some advantages to one and advantages to the other, so I kind of feel like switching it over to this one. Also, I kind of like having the higher energy pool that my Radiant Armor set provides me. So, and this has the critical strikes in the gloves as opposed to the other way around, so... Alright, so we have some Ampha we need to clean up. They're causing problems here, it would appear. So let's go do something about them, shall we? Yeah, let's not stand in their Savannah heat, shall we? It seems like a recipe for pain. Good old Bip going off. Keeping energy high for my Mesmers. So they can deal damage. Yeah. More Ampha. Where are they knocking me down with? Nope. The one problem with that is it does kind of... opening that way does rather separate me from my party. How did I suddenly have all of my energy back? That was weird. Ah, over there as well. Of course. Of course. That's where all the afflicted were, actually. It looks like they've temporarily placed afflicted mob locations with Ampha. So yeah, I remember doing a couple of his quests more. I feel like more recently, the Fire Drake one and this one, and Courier Falcons, but I definitely did not do all of them. I don't remember doing that one that I just did with Natsuki, I think it was, and Miyuki. Oh look, the Assassin's Construct is still chilling. Good source of Temple Strike, I believe. If I'm remembering correctly. Okay, I'll take a skill point. I already have Temple Strike, though. Nor did I come here with a Signet of Capture, so it's a bit of a moot point. Yeah. hate it when I accidentally hit the wrong button. Ha! It's a Spirit of Fury doing good work. You have to be careful about when you use Wastreless Collapse, though. It does have this little caveat where it does not work if the opponent's using a skill. I mean, it works in the Shadow Step sense, but not in the knockdown sense. Ooh, some Leviathan eyes and just there are other Leviathan parts, but these appear to just be Leviathan eyes over here. Oh, I just straight up got killed by whatever's going on there. Whoops. Worked. More capes. Good source of cloth over here, these guys. Itakanji, Razor Jaw, Long Spine. Go. Must have been using a skill at the moment. At the moment I tried to jump him. Says there's still more out here somewhere. I'm just not being given icon to indicate where. There's some Leviathan mouths. Oh, is this something that, like, it bugs out? Here, let me check. I think Vassal States might have a bug in it. Vassal States. Okay. Notes bug sometimes. Yeah, okay, yeah. I remember this from last time I was here. Okay, it looks like the last group is kind of up this direction, kind of up in there. So we'll head up that way. And sometimes bug out for some reason. Ooh, highly salvageable. Indeed. 23 iron ingots is not bad at all. I should probably do some stuff that I expect iron from. I should probably do some soup salvages for. Just to see if I can get some more steel, because it's always nice to have a good supply of steel on hand. Zowcaster. Pretty unremarkable. Scourgewind, Elder Guardian. Well, apparently wherever they were, they're dead now. And no longer my problem. So, let's just clear out the Jade Brotherhood from the Echowold Forest. Yeah. See, I don't need to clear out my inventory. No, not especially. Yeah, Vasberg armor is currently owned by the Luxons. That's a neat trick. Imperial faction is a reward that you get. You might have seen some here from doing PvP. It was originally not a thing that they did, but they decided to make it generic so that way people could play on either side. It really helps with allowing numbers to be even. Or if, people prefer playing on one side or the other. For alliance battles, Fort Aspenwood and Jade Quarry. That's just kind of a generic thing. Hello, Stone Scale Kirin. There's a Scar Eater. Ah, there's some. Oh, right. This is a trick. This, you need to go around this way to get to them. I mean, it's not a trick, but it's just like the geography doesn't work the way that you kind of think it does. So. Because there's a bridge here, and I don't know. It's just kind of confusing for whatever reason. Seems to be a little bit hard to process. Glad to have plenty of hex removal to deal with all the blurred vision spam I'm about to receive. Well, got this part of their team. Nah, this guy's going to be kind of locked down from our blind, so that's nice. Okay, now I need to go back up this way. So yeah, one of the things I like about these side quests is they show you like some of the greater fallout of what's going on. The main story is, got plenty of like stuff that's happening, but there's also ramifications to it beyond just that. So you can see Meijin taking Kasai had some fallout with Natsuki. If I'm remembering her name correctly, I don't recall if I am. I've not seen the character enough to really have it set in my mind. And then the the Jade Brotherhood and the Amphog going after, and the Ministry of Purity going after the Kurzik and the Luxons as they did, try to form alliances and then to fight them, has had ramifications here too, where it's introduced this sort of conflict. So there's like a lot of complexity to what's going on. I think that's really cool that they have these quests to kind of acknowledge that, really. All of your non-dagger attack skills are disabled. Well, this is just a touch skill, so ha. Oh, that's a big old pile of Jade Brotherhood. Let's go into that one a little bit slower. A little bit more slowly. So let's put this on me too. Well, I made good use of a Cern scan there. Or at least important use, anyway. It's amusing to me, in a sort of way, how much, like, Aura of Displacement is like the quintessential assassin shadow step, but also just, like, one that I never use in PvE because of, like, It's so not great. Wood. Would you stop giving me wood, please? Okay, let's see what... Ooh, radiant. I do like radiant insignia. What other people? I still want a Shadow Step that Shadow Steps you 2 enemies and then cripples them, but oh well. Maybe that's what they could have reworked hidden Caltrops to be. Maybe that would have given us too many Shadow Steps. I don't know. I do not care. I mean, it's so similar to the snaring ones too, but yeah. Because there's the hexes that snare, of course. A lot of Jade Brotherhood around here. That's what we were basically told would be the case, but... What keeps knocking me down? Oh, I think it's just none shall pass spam. Actually, I do want to go this way, so that's fine then. Fire Frustration did its job. You know what? I got some lockpicks. Did I keep it? I did. Hooray. Ooh, and I got a flame artifact. It's probably garbage, but now it's been free. Free flame artifact is always nice. Okay. That's why it's a time meter. Good old diversion. Don't know if anything actually got diverted, but prefer it not to. Got a bunch of bosses out here, actually, that we're walking past. Hello, Flower Spirit Garden. I really don't need those sitting around. Spirit of Recoup. Another Kurzik chest over there by the Jade Brotherhood that I need to go after. That's nice, I suppose. Monk. There we go. Did I keep it? I did! Hooray. Let's see. Where's our next? Back all the way over that way. Well, that's an inconvenience, but oh well. Hope you all are doing well today, by the way. Let's identify some of these things while I'm walking. Well, that's worth 264 gold. Minor blood magic. Sentries is probably not worth anything, but minor blood magic might be. Might have a little bit of value. Always look for what the value might be in some of those in runes insignia. Might be one of those spots where there's actually a bit of a trick to getting up there. Sometimes the geography of these places is very non-obvious. Looks like we should be able to get over there, I think. Maybe. It's hard to say what's a shadow on the ground or a tree over the path versus an impassable cliff. Oh, never mind. I've cleared out all of them. Okay, I can just leave. Don't need to hang around here then. I just was not looking at the quest and it was just telling me to go back. So, whoops. I can go tell the diplomats their lands have been cleared out. That's good news, isn't it? I think so. Okay. One problem down for each of you. Hey. What do you want, outsider? Etc. I've removed the gangs from your land. Are you trying to show off or something? Well, no matter. I've finished filing my complaint about the taxes, so I've got nothing else to do here. I've removed the gangs from your land. You did? It's just surprising. I suppose I can leave then. I've already filed my complaint about the taxes. Hey, ampersand. I'm actually going to just fast travel into Kaineng Center because it's likely to put me in a more convenient location getting to this guy for the quest reward. Hello, Lei Jeng. They made you do what? That's absolutely ridiculous. No, more than that, I can't believe they don't even think of this as their problem, too. The Luxons and the Kurziks are vassal states. They should be serving the Empire, not the other way around. Those taxes aren't just for the Ministry of Purity either. A lot of it goes to help the citizens, too. Emperor Kisu is quite benevolent, and may let this slide, but had they tried this with any of our previous emperors, I'm sure there would have been some serious repercussions. I'm very sorry to have put you through this after all you've done to help us and them in the past. Please, take this as compensation for your troubles. Okay, he has one more request. We're going to do it in just a moment, but I do need to take a short break, so I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Please stick around for that. So, BRB. And I return. Hello. Something I was just thinking about as I was on my short break there was that the ability for quests like that one to follow up directly on story events is the sort of thing that traditional quests can add that Guild Wars 2 was lacking. Like, there are so many things in the personal story in Guild Wars 2 that would have really benefited from being able to have them just have regular quests show up, just a traditional quest, just show up and be like, hey, here's not leaving this plot thread just completely abandoned or whatever. I don't know. It would have been really nice. Anyway, Lei Jing here says, strange changes are afoot, my friends. Just a while ago, I was approached by a former AMFA member named Zenmai. So this is, remember, Zenmai, former AMFA member. It's reminding us of this right here. It says, she begged me to try and delay an imminent Ministry of Purity attack on the AMFA hiding out in Sunjiang District. She seemed to think that some of them could be convinced to leave the organization if they knew an attack was coming. I'm not sure how she got that information, but regardless, it's not something within my power to do. It's not something within my power to do. It's delay the Ministry of Purity attack. She ran off to Sunjiang District to try and talk them down, and I'm not sure that it's going to go well for her. Perhaps you should go and help. The Amphod do not take kindly to deserters, and I doubt the Ministry of Purity will be able to distinguish between Mozing and Ampha. I won't let her fight alone. Of course, this is a reference because she's a hero from that you get because of Nightfall. They brewed their own plague juice so they can drown in it. So this is, of course, using dialogue that's a bit of a Nightfall reference, which I appreciate. Redemption for the Lost. Talk to her old Amphod comrades. If you're worried like I am, you might want to go check on her. Okay, well, I want to also clear out my inventory, so we're going to spend a little bit of time doing that. I'd run another ad break while I was doing it, but I just ran one, so I can't, so meh. All right. So yeah, we're following up on something, too, and this is one of those things that's a really important point of, like, will any of them leave? Maybe, maybe not, but we're going to find out one way or another. One way or another. Let's see. I'm going to pull this Radiant out and slap it on... You have one? Yeah. I'm going to slap it on Daedalon here. But we're going to need to see what those are worth. Those ones, this is now just ordinary armor I can sell, which is nice. The rest of those are empty. Let's see, sentries I don't think is worth anything. Yeah, nope. It's not terrible for what it's worth, but minor blood magic has a little bit of value. Oh, a little bit of value there. Not quite as much as the piece that it came from had, but oh well. It's a risk you take when you're uncertain. And I was, so. Don't need this flame artifact. There we go. All right, let's go see about heading to the Sunjiang District, shall we? See what Zenmai's up to here. Trying to get them to abandon the Ampha. Now, one of the things that he said is really important to take note of, which he said that the Ampha do not take kindly deserters. Basically, it's really hard to leave the Ampha because leaving them tends to get them to attack you. So they're not very friendly to those who leave them. And that's something that can keep people from leaving. If they're like, oh, if I leave these people, then they're going to hunt me down. I don't want to leave them then. It's not worth it. So much is changing these days. Sometimes I fear what tomorrow will bring. Canthan peasants here chatting. Maybe it's time for you to revisit your faith. Mine is always there beside me. Even if the world turned on end, my faith would still hold true. How can I show faith in the Six or revere the ancestor spirits when they leave us to this world? You don't understand. Faith doesn't have to be about something or someone else. Have faith in yourself. Having faith in yourself is enough. I believe in myself, so why am I still so unsure? Because faith means nothing without conviction. You think the ancestor spirits would have spared Ashu if he did not believe so strongly? They gave him the will to survive. Seeing him alive and well, despite everything that has happened, gives me hope for the future. I truly believe that better days lie ahead for us. So you're putting your faith in Ashu? I don't know. This is the sort of ambient dialogue that I'm talking about, though. It kind of just fleshes out what the people are thinking and what they're processing and all of that. So I think it's really neat to have some of that here, where they are elaborating more and exploring more on that. You can see the ministry here as well. Attack imminent? I think so. Yep. I hoped I was wrong. Oh well. Yeah, they mostly took out the Ampha. Don't know why that Ampha warrior was so insistent on trying to attack me, but here we are. Daisuke Crimson Edge. Daisuke, probably? Probably Daisuke. This is some kind of a Japanese-inspired looking name. Well, if it isn't Zenmai the Oni's Talon. Oh wait, that's right, you abandoned that name when you abandoned the Ampha, traitor. What do you want, Mozing? I want you to come with me, Daisuke. Leave the organization before the Ministry of Purity comes to kill you too. It's not too late. I'm not afraid of the Ministry, Zenmai. I've gotten stronger since you've left, and I've been promoted several ranks as well. The other Ampha members respect me. I'm finally somebody, which is more than I can say for you, who serves no master. You would serve a master who willingly spread a plague that killed thousands of innocents? Come on, work with me, Daisuke. We used to be partners. I'm only trying to help you and the others. They always looked up to you. Help me convince them to leave. Look, there's some Ampha now, and the traitors are with them. Kill them all! Minister of Purity, did you leave them here, Zenmai? I thought I would hear you out. But... out, since your name is not yet poison in my mouth, but... grah! I'm getting out of here. So he still has some respect for her, despite her mosing status. Thank you for your help there, but I'm afraid this is something I must do on my own. And these people may be just gang members to you, but some of them were once my friends. I want to try and convince them to leave before... no, things have already gotten out of hand. I want to convince them, for their own sake and for the sake of their families. With the ministry here, it's not going to be easy. This may be your problem, but you don't need to fight alone. You remind me of a certain Sunspear I know. Very well, let us see if we can find any others who are willing to listen. A little bit of awkward dialogue, but, I mean... what can we say? Okay, given no particular indication, let's just wander around and see what we find, eh? It's one of those situations where, like, psychic instability would actually be kind of nice, because it would help my build function. I need to get up here and clear some of these guys out. This is not good for my backline. maybe you don't need to make minions, eh? There we go. Not the most elegant, but we got them cleared out. As an assassin, I believe that passing judgment on a mark is something that should never be done. But as a person, and more importantly, as a Canthan, I do not agree with how the Ministry of Purity has been producing its results. It's not like it's making mass arrests. Not even getting that far. Not even giving these people the dignity of a kangaroo court. Okay, there's a bunch of Ampha over here. Not 100% sure where this quest wants me to go, so I'm just kind of wandering around a little bit, trying to find out. There's Yayoi of the Orders. That seems like someone I need to talk to. Okay, whatever, this will work. I can just walk, I guess. Bit awkward that we have to kill a bunch of Ampha to get to this person, but whatever. Yayoi, you must flee the Ampha. I'm here to get you out of here before the Ministry finds you. Zenmai, is that really you? No, you have to leave. I don't want to have to kill you. You can't leave the Ampha, Zenmai. The only reason I can buy medicine for my mother is because of the money I get from them. This right here is the point. Your mother doesn't know what you really do, does she? Would you prefer to have a Ministry official deliver your corpse to her doorstep? Fine, Zenmai, you win. I'll go with you. Well, there you go. Toddy the Infinite, Chao Zhang the Inferno, Gao Han of the Rings, and Disciple of Shadow Feng Zhu. Okay. We already talked to Yayoi of the Orders. We met Zenmai here in Sanjiang District. I don't necessarily want to fight more Ampha. It seems a bit awkward to have these guys fight the Ampha. I'm not quite sure where all these require me to go, though. I don't have quest markers or anything, so... I kind of want to take these guys up here down first. Seems a bit smarter. My ultimate goal is to head down this way, but... Ooh. Good knockdown there. This bar actually would be pretty happy with shock too, now that I think about it. But this character doesn't have slash assassin, so... Or doesn't have slash elementalist, so... I'm just kind of going this way. How's that work? Tari the Infinite. Another assassin. Zenmai, have you come here to die? Let me show you what we do to traitors. Tari, you used to say that you live for honor. Where's the honor in spreading the plague and attacking helpless citizens? Just shut up. You don't know how things have been since you left. It's true. I don't know what your situation is now, but I do know that there is still enough honor left in you to realize what you're doing is wrong. Please, come with me. All right, Zenmai. I'll trust you. Your argument's always made more sense than Daisuke's anyway. That was an important question. Why is somebody in a gang? And how do organizations change over time, too? It's indicated that the Ampha have maybe changed as I went on. Conco. There's Chaozhong the Inferno. Need to get over there. I think there's a bridge over this way. We're gonna have to fight our way through these ministry here, though. Conco is probably a pretty high priority target. Yeah, Broadhead Arrow. Broadhead Arrow boss sounds pretty bad for my team. Very resilient, though. Taking some of the pressure off my backline is undoubtedly going to help. Well, at some point in time in there, we took out the boss. I don't know when. I certainly not paying that close of attention. And Sang Jinzao. Hello, Chaozhong the Inferno. If it isn't Zenmai Mo Zing, I've got a score to settle with you. The Ministry of Purity will not destroy us. The Ampha have been around for hundreds of years. It's not an organization that'll fall so easily. This isn't the time, Chao. The Ministry of Purity is coming. You need to leave the Ampha while you still can. The Ampha have power. That's all that matters in this world. We're not children anymore, Zenmai. Don't think you can just order me around like you used to. Let me show you the power the Ampha have given me. Damn it, it wasn't supposed to be this way. Chao, you stubborn fool. Perhaps we will meet again in the next life. Well, he hurt, but didn't survive. Let's see. Yaohan of the Rings. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. There's actually a big old area back here. Let's go this way to get around. This looks intimidating, but there's a lot of bone horrors in there, so it's actually not that bad. I say that, and then my party gets, like, wrecked. I'm not entirely sure by what. Oh, probably that Ministry Mage just popped in and, yeah. Well, that's an unfortunate lack of touching Resurrection Shrines. Time for a walk. Time for a walk. Sure, I'll do one of those. That's decent. Clean things up a bit. Thankfully, they have implemented resurrection technology from Eye of the North at this point, so I don't actually have to keep these guys alive for this, or I thought would be a gigantic pain in the rear end. Hey, perfect dragon slaying mod for a staff. That sounds very unhelpful. Very unhelpful. Also, this is a curse staff with a halves casting time of blood magic spells mod, so that's great. Further in 40 gold, though, so that's not bad. Merchants are going to be getting it. Yeah. I wonder what happens if you have Zenmai in your party for this. That would look good. Okay, let's try that again, but maybe not dying as much this time. I wonder where they got all those minions from. I guess maybe Aura of the Lich spam and keeping them healed. Seems most likely. I don't know where Gao Han of the Rings or Feng Zhu is either. My plan is to kind of search around the backside of this. Possible one of them was over there, but I have been trying to keep a bit of an eye on that side, and I didn't see anything. So that makes me kind of think not so much. We actually cleared these out pretty well. Ow. Oh, that's also going to contribute. Double Ray of Judgment is not good for a party. There we go. I don't think there's anybody else down this way. There's just some Ampha that aren't named Friends of Zenmai. I do want to go down this way regardless of whether or not there's someone down here, because I would like to activate this Resurrection Shrine right by this Pongmai Valley portal. Oh, hello. Jumped by some regular Ampha. As opposed to Winds of Change Ampha. Makes me think that there's nobody down here. That's for sure. And there hasn't been. Purger probably needs to go down. Okay. That cleared up pretty well. Okay, there's the Disciple of Shadow. So we definitely need to get down that way. I don't know where Gao is, though. I feel like because he's higher in the list, I feel like I expect to encounter him earlier than Disciple of Shadow there, so that makes me wonder if I'm missing a location where somebody is hanging out. And then get over here near this wall just to be able to kind of look over on that other side some. Yeah, I don't think there's more over there. Okay, well, let's just head up this way and see what we can find, eh? Going this way is not... Oh, there's Gao Han of the Rings. Okay, they're both up this way, then. That works for me. Oh, this sandstorm is not good. Okay. Excellent. Gauhan of the rings. What rings? I don't know, but apparently you have lots of rings. What do you have to say for yourself? Oh, no, 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 oh, no, oh, no. The mystery have come for us. What do I do? As gutless as ever, aren't you, Gao? Come on, I'm here to get you out of the Ampha before the ministry finds you. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. There's no room in the Mystery of Purity's new world for anyone but themselves. Zenmai, what are you doing here? You say you're here for me? No, no, I won't go with you. Have you calmed down, Gao? Yes, I think so. I'm sorry, Zenmai. They told me that you'd kill me if you ever came back. I'm so sorry. Let's get out of here, Gao. You never belonged in the Ampha to begin with. Definitely a different, like a diverse group of individuals, eh? Okay, I just need to go this way. It's a level 20 Spirit of Rejuvenation. That's pretty impressive, actually. Okay, let's see who the Disciple of Shadow Feng Zhu is. And what he's about. Feng, I finally found you. Quickly, we must get out of here. You need to abandon the Ampha before the Ministry of Purity destroys it. Abandon them? Zenmai, do you not remember the oaths we swore when we joined this organization? We were friends once, but now I only see you as an enemy. Then perhaps our blades should do the talking. I'm sorry, Zenmai. I wasn't strong enough to leave. No, Feng. It was I who was not strong enough to save you. There's one more person to convince, who I am sure is here. What about that first fellow, Daisuke? Are you not going to look for him? Now that he thinks I betrayed him, I don't think he'll listen to us anymore. Surely, if you were friends once, you could try to persuade him again. I thought that I could convince all of them, but it seems that some of these people are no longer the friends I remember. Hurry, the Ministry will no doubt send reinforcements soon, after all of the commotion we stirred up earlier. Hurry where? Talk to Min the Dragon's Claw. Was that a mandatory walk quest? No, 1v8s are not the best odds. This is not. This is Redemption for the Lost. It's given by, as you can see here, Lei Jing in Kaineng Center. He has a total of 6 quests that are optional side quests, including the Courier Falcon quest, which is really fun, as well as the couple other that I've done previously. This is a large group here. I'm just going this way under the assumption that I need to go this way to find the remaining individuals I need to go after, but I could be wrong on that. Thankfully, we have a fairly large group with us, but yeah, this is a really neat like side quest that's like doing the thing that we needed to have done of fleshing out these gangs and just like that they're individuals and stuff. I really appreciate that they're here. Again, I have no idea if this is the correct direction to go. I'm just kind of running under some assumptions. Man, empathy sucks to have on you. Why is she starting these? But I gotta go AFK for a while. Yeah, they're really easy to not do. Is it gonna be this direction? My only point of hesitation is if Min's over here and spawns after doing stuff. I don't necessarily want to go like way out of my way. I'll at least go towards Shenzhen Tunnels area. A little bit. Yeah, it's a neat set of like side quests, so but I understand why people would not have like done them. Oh, there's Min the Dragon's Claw. Excellent. Yeah, I tend to assume people haven't done these. Again, because they are not part of the main narrative. Hello, Min, the Dragon's Claw. A ritualist, eh? Zenmai, you've come to save me. I knew you wouldn't forget about your old pal Min. Ha! I knew if we strung out some bait that these fools would walk into our trap. You've done well to avoid us until now, but you won't escape this time, you plagued brigands. The future of Canthan does not need scum like you. An ambush? I didn't expect the reinforcements this soon. I'm sorry, but this may be the end for us. Mr. Captain Kawagami. Ampha, attack! Daisuke, Crimson Edge. More of them lurking around? Quickly, kill them all! Oof. No kidding. Well, we got the captain. That could have gone better? I'm going to go with better. I can understand. Min should probably have been read a bit more seriously. Zenmai, you've come to save me. What was that line? Zenmai, you've come to save me. I knew you wouldn't forget about your old pal Min. Something more like that. Well, this person's teleportation is getting really annoying. Good thing only we have the power of mass resurrections on our side. I know, right? Thank you, Daisuke. I knew that you would remember our friendship. Don't misunderstand, Zenmai. I came here to save Min, not you and your friends. The Ministry of Purity is our enemy as well. Actually, sir, if you want to leave Min, then get out of here. I won't stop you. Daisuke. I don't need your pity, and I don't need your charity, hero. I'm not leaving the Ampha, Zenmai, but I'll not pursue those who want to go. Anyone but the most loyal are just going to be dead weights in the next ministry attack. Very well. Thank you for allowing this much. I still believe in you, Daisuke. When you've had your fill of this, I'll be waiting for you. Just get out of here and take him in with you. My friends and I have come this far on our own power, without relying on outsiders like you. And they leave, and we can see Lei Zheng for my reward. Got a run speed buff. I could probably catch up and read dialogue, but they're gonna path just as efficiently as I am. Oh, you stopped so I can talk to you. I grew up with Zenmai and Daisuke. We thought we would always be friends, and we all joined the Ampha intending to become stronger. If only we'd known how things would turn out. Yeah, they all have stuff to say, so I'm kind of... Well, I've gotten what I can, I think. Let's go ahead and head back to Kaineng Center. Let's see. Actually, I can go check... what's this one called? Redemption for the Lost. Redemption for the Lost. There's a hard mode version of this, too. Tari the Infinite. Okay, that's who we just spoke to. Yayoi of the Orders. I don't like this new Ministry of Purity. What's so pure about killing your own citizens? Good question. Chao Zhang the Inferno. The Ministry of Purity will not destroy us. The Ampha have been around for hundreds of years. It's not an organization that will fall so easily. Gao Han of the Rings. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. There's no room in the Ministry of Purity's new world for anyone but themselves. I did read most of these, I think. Disciple of the Shadows. Our words are the last pillar of truth. If we cannot believe in our own words, what can we believe in? And Min the Dragon's Claw. I am not afraid of the Ministry of Purity, but I am afraid of those who cannot fight against their vision of the future. Okay. Well, Lei Zheng. Lei Zheng? You say she was able to convince some of them to defect? That is unbelievable. But then perhaps it is simply because we have fought with the Ampha for so long that we have forgotten that they are people like ourselves. By thinking of them as a faceless group, we may be forgetting that individuals can be redeemed. And perhaps this is where the Ministry of Purity is making a mistake, but right now they have too much momentum. I'll do my best to get amnesty for those who have defected. With any luck, we can also get some information that can help our officers on the streets as well. You have my thanks. Please, take this. Alright, so now we just need to go back to, talk to Miku. And have a nice long walk there, too. Ooh, improved sale value. Always like seeing that. What does this eerie focus become? Bone? Nope, can't hide. Interesting. Bone lace. Bone lace isn't worth anything, so that'll just be merchant fodder. Alright, Shenzhen Tunnels. I am here to talk to a Miku. Hello, little rat. It's good to see you again. How's the fight going on your end? It feels like struggling against a flood. The Ministry of Purity continues to gain momentum, and more people are rallying to their cause. At this rate, they might just cause another war with the Tengu. It's sad, isn't it, to see hope and fear so closely intertwined? People want a better life, but they don't want to better themselves. Instead, they'll chase down anything that's held up before them as a scapegoat. The afflicted, the gangs, and now the Tengu. And all of this stems from Reiko. If she can be removed from power and discredited, maybe the people will see the kind of person they've been following. Maybe they'll come back to their senses. Jinnai is the only other person that knows the truth of what happened with Reiko and Ashu. If Reiko has done something to Ashu, then I can use that knowledge. Maybe it'll get through to him. The people will listen to Ashu, and if he stands up to her, then the people will follow him. Maybe we can stop this before it can do any more harm. The actions of today become the lessons of tomorrow. I fear to think what would happen if people followed the wrong ones. How do we get to Jinnai? Tracking down Jinnai has been difficult. He has gone into hiding ever since he apparently confronted Reiko. So there's some good news, and there's some bad news. What's the good news? The good news is that I've been able to figure out where he secreted himself away to. And the bad news... the Ministry of Purity's movements suggest that they are close to figuring it out as well. The searchers are getting closer. We need to get to him, and we need to get there first. Time is tight. We need to get to Jinnai before the Ministry of Purity does. Whatever he knows, it's dangerous enough to Reiko that she has a ministry hunting him down. If they find him first, that knowledge dies with him, and I know it's something we need. We'd better go in prepared for a fight, though. I'd like to believe that we'll make it there first, but with our luck, you know. I'm just saying. Let's move. Okay. She'll take us right in. I should have cleaned up my inventory first, but whatever. Jinnai should be holed up in the ruins out in the Kurzik lands. At least until he feels safe enough to move on again, or the Ministry of Purity get to him. Either way, not outcomes we want. We need to get to him as soon as possible. Just tell me when you're ready. We should leave at once. The Ultram Ruins. Hello, Guardsman Jinnai. Jinnai, we finally found you. Stay back. Wait, Miku, is that you? Be careful what you say. Every word has its repercussions. Is there anyone else that could pull this look off like I do? Of course it's me. It's been a long time, and a long time spent tracking you down. I've been hiding for good reason. It's because of your family, because of your aunt. I had heard rumors that you had survived, but I never expected... Listen, there's something you need to know. That will be quite enough. Your knowledge dies with you here, now. Kill the traitors. Now, killing the traitors, now that's just an added bonus. You've been followed. Quickly, fall back. I've scattered traps around. We can use them if the numbers grow too great. Once within range, I will be able to detonate them. Indeed, he has placed explosive devices around. Jinnai? Miku, what is... Oh, that's the Allied Spirit of Bloodsong. Okay, that's interesting. You've underestimated me, now you're paying the price. I forget what we need to do here. Defeat the attacking Ministry of Purity. We've got a lot of interesting profession combos amongst the Ministry of Purity. Maybe if I push the buttons that do the skills that I need to do, it will work better. We don't need to fight a Spirit of Destruction. The disadvantage to Plague Touch is that the AI has a tendency to try to spam it, which is maybe not always to their benefit. Okay, let's lead them off towards one of these traps of Jinnai's. There's the mage. Fleeing properly here is a bit difficult. Though we're doing a lot of damage, apparently. Ooh, another ministerial commendation. Don't mind if I do. The more of those I collect, the better, if you ask me. We don't quite need that yet, so. We can take out this group. Should be fine. Don't know how many we need to take out. It just says take them out, so I don't know. Theoretically, there's more somewhere. I mean, we haven't finished yet, so that's my conclusion. I just don't see them currently. Ah, here comes some. Miku and I both shadow steps down. No longer safe here. I need to move on. This conflict is not my own. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Listen, Miku, this is something that you need to know. Reiko didn't find your brother. He didn't miraculously survive the way that she has been telling the people. He is not blessed by the gods. I was the one that found him that day. The boy is bloody and torn, barely hanging on to life. The only miracle was that he was still breathing. We treated him, and I took him to Reiko. At the time, I believed she was the last surviving relative of your family. She took the boy in, and things seemed normal at first. As time went on, however, the stories of his survival became more grandiose. Every time she told them, people listened. Their ideals wanted to listen to her message of hope. But for her, it was always about something more. As time went on, Asher began to change. He began to believe as she did. I can only imagine what she might have done to him, how that poor child had already been broken by this world. Blessed by the gods? What a sick joke. I've never seen anyone so cursed. You understand now? It's a lie, all of it. She's been using Ashu to manipulate the people to further her own agenda. What frightens me the most is that I don't know where it ends. What sickens me is the knowledge that I could have prevented this, but all I can do now is run. I'm not strong enough to face this, to face her, but maybe you are. For your family's sake, for your brother's sake, I'll have to trust that you will do the right thing, because this will be the last time that we speak. I don't intend to be found again. There will be no peace for me after what I have done. Now it all makes sense. It all makes sense now. No wonder Reiko was so quick to order the Ministry of Purity to kill you. The proof of your existence is a threat to her fabrication of a miraculous survivor of the Udachi family. If people begin to doubt her, then little by little, her base of power begins to erode. The faith of the people is her most dangerous asset. Reiko, I have no forgiveness for her. My blades acted out of vengeance once. This time, they will act out of justice. For what she has done to my people. For what she has done to my people, for what she has done to my brother, is a very steep price to pay, and I intend on collecting. I wonder if she was talking about Danthor with, my blades went for vengeance once. Let's actually, take a moment to clear out my inventory here. I'll run a quick ad break while I do. Let's see. These can go in here. Well, ministerial combination drops were nice, though, to have. Okay, and then the rest of this... Good for the merchants. Okay. Golgo, I have some things for you. Got a good bit left to do. We got to fill up these requisition orders, the 15 total that we can get. All right. Ooh. Enough platinum to break 200k. Just doing these quests is really good money. A lot of them reward at least a platinum. So absolutely worth doing from that standpoint alone. Okay, to the Shenzhen tunnels. Hello, Miku. I think Reiko had been using Ashu from the start to take advantage of a terrified child to try and twist him into... I have no forgiveness for her. The score needs to be settled. What is your next move, then? I'm going to try and find a way that we can get at her. She's heavily under guard by the Ministry of Purity, but there must be a chance when we can get close. That will be our time to move. I'll speak with Qao Lin in the meantime to see how things are progressing and what I can do to help. That's a good plan. We'll fight this battle together on both fronts. With your help, I know that we can win this. I'll send word for you when I've learned something. Until then, stay safe and fight well. Salute to you too. Hey, Miku. It all makes sense now. To think that Reiko would do such a thing, I genuinely believe that I knew her as a better person. But the past always looks more inviting in the eyes of reflection, doesn't it? I know there was nothing more I could have done, but some part of me feels responsible for this. But there's no use in losing myself in those thoughts. What matters now is how I move forward. Reiko is going to pay for what she has done. That much, I promise. Yeah, this is a really important point. It's really easy to get caught up on the past and, like, how could we have done things better? But if we're focused on trying to repair the past, we'll never make things better for today. We need to look at what's before us and what we can do now, not what we should have done or could have done in the past. And getting caught up in that stuff ends up being very unhelpful. In part because we're too busy trying to solve the problems of the past instead of the problems of today. And it's better to focus on the problems of today than the problems of yesterday, as it were. You know, sometimes they can persist to be the problems of today, but then they're the problems of today to solve. So, anyway, I will accept my quest reward and head back to Kaineng Center like my character said I should. Because Qao Lin has more stuff for us. And we spawned right next to him, which is very convenient. Those are some serious boots. Anyway. This is a solo quest. Oh, yes, this one. Okay. I'm going to need a very different bar for this. Leave my party. I don't really need dagger mastery. Frankly, I mean, I don't have the proper headpiece for what I'd want here. Wilderness survival. There's a lot of dialogue here, and I'm going to need to read it sort of more afterwards, I think. This is good. This is good. Dark Escape is good. I don't think I really care that much about the rest of these. Shroud of Distress is probably not bad to have on hand. Yeah, Feigned Neutrality wouldn't be terrible, but I think Shadow Sanctuary is probably better. I should get the Kurzik version of that sometime, but I can grab Dash as well. Maybe Antidote Signal is a good idea, and maybe I am unstoppable. Okay. One of my guards uncovered something alarming on a ship trying to smuggle stolen rice wine out of the Kaineng docks. You're not going to believe me, but it looks like someone has sent out a call... Alright. But it looks like someone has sent out a help wanted ad for criminals. It calls for all able-bodied thieves, murderers, scallywags, mercenaries of ill repute, thugs, brutes, gangsters, or anyone else looking for a good fight to meet in Shadow's Passage for an offer they can't refuse. Normally, I'd pass this office far too conspicuous for it to be real, and assume it was just a prank or some kid's game. But with the Ampha and Jade Brotherhood being so quiet recently, I almost wonder if it might be real. I was wondering if you might be willing to investigate this for me. My men are soldiers, not spies, and I doubt they would be able to infiltrate much of anything. I have some disguises you could use, on the off chance this is real. Oh, and I'd go alone if I were you. Less people, less likely one of you gets recognized. Any chance to play dress up? This is actually pretty cool. Calling all thugs. Speak with me when you're ready to go, and we'll find you a disguise that fits. So, for this, we get, well, I'm apparently a white mantle. You get randomly assigned a disguise as a member of one of these thug groups. Disguise. Your disguise is a ne'er-do-well. Individuals of other shady organizations will assume you're an ally. You won't fool those you're dressed as, though. Which means I need to not talk to the white mantle. So Jessica Jeremy, Jessica Diane, and Watchman Francis, I need to ignore those guys. I can talk to other people here. Hello, Boris the Great. Yeah, I'm short. Want to fight about it? Hey, it's not the size of the bandit. It's the passion of the slashin'. Did you just rhyme at me? I hate rhymes, especially ones that are motivating in nature. Do I look like someone you want to start idle chit-chat with? If so, let me try to look a bit more menacing, so you take a hint. These are guys obviously from Winds of Change. We have White Mantle over there. They've fled and trying to figure out something to do. We have these what are the Peacekeepers, I guess, as they were technically called, but the bandits that the White Mantle brought in for war in Kryta. Look at all these eligible bachelors. The odds are on my favorite tonight. Yeah, and to think, soon they'll all be rich to boots. Excuse me, I need to vomit for a completely unrelated reason. How could such a pretty young lady such as yourself still be single? Yeah, sure. Oh, why thank you. I did just remove the hair from my wart. Wait a minute. I can tell when I'm being patronized. Be gone. Hermic the Blade. You give me gold, I stab people. People give me gold, I stab you. Get it? Who's giving you gold this time? Well, no one, yet. They say that once the job's done, I can help myself to the royal coffers. I don't know what sick kings have to do with getting paid, though. Here we have some Corsairs from good ol' Ilona. Hello, Ensign Yaman. Your rum, give me... Why, who are you? Captain Ashim? Be gone from here before I run you through. Lieutenant Naim. What are you looking at, you barnacle-covered dog? Ahoy, fellow buccaneer. This sure is an exciting mission, is it not? Just one more scurvy scallywag I'm going to have to share my booty with, from the looks of it. This better be as big as they claim. Aye, I be thinking the same, but rumor has it we'll be rich men after this. I can't wait to get a look at those imperial vaults. Hello, Captain Halim. So, what be your plans for your share of the plunder? 3 words, mate. Rum, wenches, and more rum. I'm just doing this one last job, then I'm out of the business. Quitters never make captain, mate. Arg. Ow, what? Well, I apparently screwed up something. Let's go in again, then. Don't know what I did wrong there. I'll probably be a different, Yeah, okay, so I need to not talk to the peacekeepers this time, because I'm disguised as a peacekeeper. Same skin as Hermeka the Blade over there, as you can see. Real friendly-looking fellow. Lost part of his nose, apparently. Hey, Abbot Brian. You know, those Mystery of Purity folks seem all right to me. Under different circumstances, I could see our organizations having a fruitful relationship. Unfortunately for them, they stand between us and destiny. I don't know, I never trust people who wear all white. You speak the truth. I sure hope the city gets less depressingly disgusting closer to Kaineng Center. Hello, discard Diane. I'm not here to make friends. Discard Jeremy. Can't believe I've sunk this low. You've risen so high. Yeah, chaos, anarchy, woo. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You're absolutely right. We need funds if we hope to retake Kryta, and I've never been too fond of monarchies anyway. I'm sure this emperor is as detestable as that false Queen Selma anyway. The wrong words will draw unwanted attention. Hey, name. Yeah, this line again. Okay. And that triggers them to go start talking to each other. We also have the Crimson Skull over here, as well as Stone Summit. Gentlemen, ladies, I've called you all here because we all have a common problem. What? What happened there? I am legitimately confused about what I'm doing to trigger this. I really, really am. Who am I this time? Oh, same guy this time. Maybe I got too close to them? I don't know. You can see Jade Brotherhood and Amphire over there. What did the Crimson Skull have to say? I bet our ship is bigger than the Corsairs. But why am I talking about it to you? Talking to you about it. Leave me be. Baywan, I have no need to talk with the likes of you. Be gone. I don't know who these Elonian Corsairs think they are, but I promise you, we are the fiercest pirates ever to plague the seas. Yeah, it did escalate quickly. Also, hello, Marine Etqualme? I hope I pronounced your name okay. Hello and welcome. You'll have your chance to prove your prowess in piracy soon. Aye, and when we're done, I'll raise the Crimson Skull flag so high, you'll be able to see it for miles around Kaineng Center. Hello, Falnor Ebenhammer. Get out of my way, you clumsy human. You nearly stepped on me. Are you for sale, or are you just wasting my time? Things are looking up for the Stone Summit. What do you mean the Stone Summit is looking up to everything? Get it? Because they're short. I need to go. Good luck with that whole slave thing. Things will surely improve for all of us once we're successful. Indeed, once the Empire falls and those pesky Ministry of Purity fools are dealt with, we'll have an endless supply of fresh slave labor. My guess is those guys got too close to me, but I don't know. Three words, mate. Rum, wenches, and more rum. Aye, I only hope the Imperial Guards don't give us too much trouble. Gentlemen, ladies, I've called you all here because we all have a common problem. That problem goes by many names. The Ministry of Purity is the latest along a line of do-gooders who are trying to upset the delicate balance between criminals and their victims. This needs to stop. The Ministry of Purity is your problem. Why should we help you? What's in it for us? We're getting to that. So we have a Pep and Ryson over there. We're not bad people. We're opportunistic people. Normal people see a little old lady on the side of the road. We see a coin purse with hands too frail to hold on to it. What can I say? It's a gift. So what? We're going to rob the elderly? Is it Tuesday again already? No, it's an example. Look, right now the Ministry of Purity thinks they have us on the run. They think our wills are broken, that our numbers are too few to be a threat. More importantly, they think the Ampha and Jade Brotherhood are clear on the other side of the city, still fighting each other. They have sent every available ministry troop halfway to the Echovald Forest, thinking they can heroically wipe out both of us at once, while we are too busy fighting each other to notice. That means they've left Kaineng Center, and more importantly, the Imperial Palace defenseless. Spare a few Imperial guards. The Ministry cannot hope to make it back before we have a firm hold on Kaineng Center. Aye, and by the time they arrive, we'll have plundered every last flake of gold from the Imperial Treasury, set fire to the palace, and our sails will be but specks on the horizon. We could do that. We could act like petty thieves, ravage the townsfolk, and loot the coffers of the Empire, or what? Or we could take the Empire for ourselves. What? You're mad. How do you plan on doing that? Sure, we can get into the city, but how do you plan to hold it against the Ministry of Purity forces? Simple. Collateral. We will have their Emperor, for one. I'm sure if we looked hard enough, we could find their precious minister and her brat. Plus, the very scared, very fragile citizens of Kaineng Center at our mercy. If they are the heroes they claim, the great paladins of righteousness and virtue they would have us believe them to be, they would not allow harm to come to so many innocent lives. They'll be forced to lower their weapons to negotiate. And, of course, during said negotiations, we will naturally betray and murder them without a second thought. Then, with the Imperial Guards and the Ministry of Purity destroyed, Canthan will be ours. An empire for criminals by criminals. From our harbors, terror and chaos will set sail to the rest of Tyria, ushering a new era. The world deserves a better class of criminal, and we intend to give it to them. Who's with me? Some plan this is, eh, friend? Wait, who are you? You're not. To arms, men! We have an imposter in our midst. Wait, no, I'm not an imposter. I was really looking forward to all that robbing old ladies and Empire of Criminals stuff. Well, if it isn't Gerudo Senso. Fancy meeting you here. Are you acquainted with my guests? I'm not necessarily going to be able to read all of this. This do-gooder murdered my captain in cold blood. This lice-infested sea bass sunk my ship, stole all my doubloons, and left me naked and unconscious in the middle of a swamp. This heathen betrayed my brethren, supported terrorists in our country, murdered our leader, and nearly wiped out our gods. Nearly. Gerudo Senso killed our leader, slaughtered hundreds of my kin, disrupted our mining facility, and trespassed on our land. Wow, this nuisance sure gets around. Hey, Ryson, I let you live. Let's show Gerudo Senso just how much we appreciate their contributions to society. Kill them. Oh, I need to escape that direction. Well, it's been a really nice party, but it looks like it's time for me to hit the old dusty trail. And that's why I brought a bunch of run speed buffs. And kept making sure I had Shroud of Distress cast. There we go. Well, on the one hand, all those failures were annoying. On the other hand, it let me talk to a lot more individuals, so that was kind of neat. I need to go up this way to get where I'm trying to go. Yep. The city can be a little confusing sometimes. A little confusing. Okay, Qao Lin. We need to chat, because I've got some bad news. They're attacking the city now? By the 6! I must alert the garrison. Here, take this for supplies. Once you're ready, speak with me for orders. 3 Imperial Guard requisition orders for the reward here. I hope you're ready for battle. If so, speak with me, and we can begin positioning our forces. I shouldn't have to stress to you that we're all that stands between our enemies and the Emperor. Not to mention countless innocent civilians. We must not fail. They shall not pass. But they shall not pass next time. We are at the end of the stream for today. I'll be back tomorrow, probably to finish Winds of Change. I'm not sure. Some of these last missions can be quite challenging. Or these last quests can be quite the challenge. But like I said, they will need to continue tomorrow. I've run to the end of my stream time today. So if you want to watch that, you can drop by then. You can always follow the channel to get notified when I go live. I also will let my Discord know when I'm going live, so you can always join there to get that bit of information. And anything else? I think that's most of what I wrap up with. So yeah, you can check out the schedule as well to be able to see that if you want to. But yeah, Winds of Change. Lots of stuff going on here. Really heating up. And Ministry of Purity's out of position. So we're going to have to see what we can do to try to protect Kaineng Center. But like I said, that'll be next time. So thank you all very much for watching today. Until then, everyone, take care and goodbye.